I spent 100 days in 7 Days to Die version 1.0, and here's what happened. It was the most ambitious video I've ever been dumb enough to make, playing 1 hour days on these settings with the simple goal of staying alive for the duration. It was a marathon of slaying, looting, hiding, shooting, building, baking, gathering and editing. Oh my word, the editing. But it all started here on day 1. So after making myself a bow and a bat, I went to loot Rect's compound and got my first couple of Forge Ahead books, which are going to be one of the most important resources in these early days because crafting a workbench and a forge are one of the first big milestones in any playthrough. And then on the way to our first mission, I remembered to spend my skill points, which are all going towards parkour, because at level 2, being able to jump an extra meter high is going to save us more than any other skill or item while we're still such a newbie character. And speaking of newbie characters, check out how long it takes us to kill our first zombie. Because yeah, it turns out that the zombies all got an HP boost in this latest update of the game.
Damn, you smell. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to pay you now that you did it.
Now, Rect's choice of mission rewards gave us a decision to make, and I went with the pipe baton bundle because I haven't used that electric baton since it first came out, and I really want to fucking use it. So that's what we're doing. And so off we went to our first proper mission. We get a free bicycle once we complete 10 of these missions, so I want to rip through them all as quickly as possible. But that might not be as quick as I like at this rate because it's taken me a little while to get my eye in with the bloody baton. At least the streets on the way to the first mission are full of zombies, so we get a little bit of practice. And this brings us to Jerry's Fill, where we cleared the area before heading up to the roof for the loot. And when I got up there, I realised it looks like a decent place to set up a bit of a temporary base for the first few days while we find our feet in this new world. But first things first, let's get parkour up to level 2 so we can be Mr. Jumpy Jumpy for the rest of this playthrough. Rect wasn't being super generous with his mission rewards, so we ended up taking this single vehicle adventures book. Now before we left Rect, we did take another mission, but we're not going to do that until tomorrow because we have some other important business to attend to. First, we're going to try and get enough polymers so that we can craft a dew collector. And then we're going to secure the roof of our temporary little base by first of all taking out this ladder here, and then knocking out this little walkway from the roof to the tower over there where there's another ladder. And so that was pretty much it for day 1. We just spent the night hunkering down on the roof, cooking some water. And we even got lucky with a little bit of food walking past as well. Now I don't want to hear it from anyone who says that water is too hard to get nowadays, because here we go, I just crafted my first dew collector and placed it down on the roof. And we haven't even been in the game for 24 hours yet, so there we go. Easy. Now at the crack of dawn on day 2, we headed over to the mission that we picked up from Rect yesterday and came across our first big boy. And it turns out he was a bit of a double-hard bastard. Anyway, next mission, this churchyard thing, no big deal. Rectum's reward was a little bit better this time, so we picked up the Crafting Skill Magazine bundle, which gave us a couple of important Forge Ahead books. Now let me ask you a question. What is a mission without a little bit of double looting? And what I didn't double loot, because I didn't know it was here, was this passing gas crate, which is a shame. Now I did get a little bit fucked up killing the zombies on this mission, but we made it out alive, so that is mission 2 complete. cobblestone rocks will do, I think, because I can't be fucked with digging up clay and stone. Turns out the next place that Rect sends us to is the Evil Dead cabin, which is pretty cool. So after doing a bunch of general maintenance around the base and trying to get some more scrap polymers nearby, it wasn't until day 3 when we got over to this cabin, so let's check it out and see how we go. One for you. Another one for you. Another one for you. Fuck. Another one for you. Come on. Why won't you die? Alright, I'm not sure this one's... hang on, does this one come from outside? No. There's definitely going to be somebody in here, yep. Right, we are headed downstairs. I've been here before. Where's the hole? Here. Okay, in we go. I'm pretty sure it's just a big mama down here, but I'm going to be careful anyway because she's going to be tough. Hang about. I didn't find this way out last time I was here. Fuck. All right. Well, we have a quick escape. Let's see what we can do. I know she's in here somewhere. Come on, bitch. Yep. Here we go. Let's have a look. Hang on. Is there somebody coming from upstairs? What the hell? No. Oh, what? There was Big Mama after all. Fuck. Okay, let's get her. Finally! So, cracking on, we grabbed the package for Rect, took it back to him, and picked up another mission at the Dead Rooster. Alright, let's give ourselves a little bit of protection. For what it's worth. Fucking hell, these zombies are relentless. Right, I did see a chicken run around here. I want to go grab it. Hello. My experience tells me there's a dog behind this door. Come on. Oh, fuck. I should have upgraded that thing to wood. Oh my god, come on. No, 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 no! Chickens and loot! Chickens and loot. Nice. Another vehicle book. What does that take us up to? 11. Alright, let's get the fuck out of Dodge. We've done everything we need to here. I'm not interested. And back at base, I stuck some of those chickens on the barbie. And we started speccing into intellect because I need to increase the damage that my pipe baton is doing. There we go. That's all we can do for now. Morning of day 4, and while we're waiting for Rect to open his shop to turn our mission in, we went and ganked some loot from this little shithole next door. Of course, nothing's ever as simple as it should be in these early days. Oh, and I hear a big bastard. I'm starting to learn that the Baton actually has enough reach that we can stand on a 2-block high object and still twat these zombies in the head, so that is definitely very good to know for the future.
Wipe that smirk off your face.
Alright, come on, Rectum, what have you got for us?
Make us
What's this?
Got
More
it.
junk in loot. Ooh, what's this? Homesteading challenge. Yeah, I guess I must have done one of these new challenges. I don't know what it is. Maybe from, it sounds like a building kind of thing, maybe because I've started building some blocks. I don't know. Anyway, let's grab this. Alright, here's a milestone. It appears that at some point along the way we picked up our first non-primitive piece of armour, so this nerd outfit I'm sure is going to look great. And I'll show it to you right after we pick up the next piece of armour that we find in our next mission. Ooh, what's this? We have a hood I can see. Assassin hood, sneak damage. Right, this looks pretty good. It's plus 4.4 on our medium armor rating, which means it's, well, obviously it's better than our stupid primitive fucking whatever the hell that is. And check this out, looking good. Fucking hell. Next we top the day off with a couple of buried treasure missions from Wrecked, and we must be getting close to getting that bicycle really soon. But time is creeping up on us, and it's day 5 already, so I've got a plan for the day 7 Horde. We've got a Butcher Pete right next to us, which is actually way high of a building. So here's my plan. I'm just going to clear this top floor. It's a tier 4 POI, so there's no way I'm going to bother clearing the whole thing out. I'm going to clear the top floor, use that window as a fighting position, and then build a tightrope across to a ladder, and that is going to be the Horde base. So yeah. We're just going to spend a little bit of time sorting this shit all out, so let's cut to montage. Alright, we've got somebody trying to come up through that ladder. Oh my god, it's a fucking Will Ferrell White. Let's... Oh, we need to get away from here. Oh my god. If we thought the big boys and the big mamas were going to be tough, this dude is another level. Okay, he's stuck. All right, let's see what. Oh shit! I was going to say let's see what we can do. Oh, and he's going all the way down. And this appears to be doing nothing more than tickling him. Where's that noise coming from? Oh, okay, he's down. He's down. I've got 4, 3, 2. Oh shit. Right. Okay, repair. Oh fuck, he's coming up, he's found a way, he's coming up the ladder. Oh shit. Oh, that's barbed wire, no! Right, distance, okay. Fire engine, let's get up on it. I don't think he'll be able to get us. He might destroy the fucking thing and blow it up. But I don't think he can hit us directly, so... Alright, how many bullets we got? 40 something bullets in the pipe machine gun, let's go. Right, this is doing the square root of fuck all. Okay, we're out of bullets. We're going to arrows. Oh, finally. Okay, note to editing Steve. Count exactly how much ammo you just fucking spanked into this dickhead. Alright, here are the numbers. 31 9mm, 47 762, and 6 iron arrows. I hadn't quite figured out how to see how many more missions we have to do to complete the set and get our bicycle at this point, but I figured we must be close, so we just ploughed on with some more buried treasure. Which got me a little bit fucked up when I didn't realise these zombies were going to spawn halfway through the bloody thing. Oh my god. Alright, time for a gun. Fuck! But the pain was worth it because Wrecked had a very special gift for us.
I thought you were a zombie.
And just like that, day 5, we have our bicycle. So this is great news because it's going to mean that we can get around a lot quicker, get more done. Hopefully we can get out somewhere and find a bunch of books so that we can increase our vehicle crafting skill. And then it'll be next stop, moped.
Don't expect me to cook it for you.
I look so good, I look so good. This is totally what I would be wearing in the apocalypse. Cut to base upgrades. This middle column here, we've got a ladder going to the top. We're going to take it as far as we can. We'll aim for cobblestone, but I don't know if we're going to have enough to do the whole thing out of cobblestone. But anyway, we've got the tightrope down in place just here, and then we're going to put a barrier at the end that we're going to then stand behind for Horde Night. You've seen this design a million times before, no doubt. I'm 100% confident that it's going to be all we need to survive the first blood moon, definitely, and I don't know if we're still going to be hanging around in this town on day 14 or 21, but I wouldn't be totally against just coming back here and taking on those hordes in this place as well. And here's our protection. We've got a couple of baluster rails just back to back, and we've got this double pole block just to prevent the zombies from crawling through the gap. We'll upgrade the surrounding blocks to cobblestone, and that'll be just about all we need to do, I reckon. Oh yeah, except for just giving ourselves a little escape route in case our position gets compromised. So that is the minimum viable product of a horde base. We'll try and add a second column with another ladder, and we'll try and upgrade it to cobblestone as much as possible, but in a pinch, I think this will work. I spent the rest of the day and night gathering resources to craft cobblestone so that I can get that second column, add another ladder, and upgrade the whole thing as far as I can to cobblestone. And then the next morning, we headed off to find Trader Jen in the burnt forest. And on the way, we stumbled across a very, very nice surprise. Oh, it's a cracker book. Please say it's the good one. I think it is. Okay, we're going to have to deal with some zombies first and clear some inventory. Alright, let's do this. Oh, it is the good one. It is the good one. We've got books galore, baby. Actually, I think we'll come back for it. Let's go see Jen first.
Oh my god, I haven't seen you. Well, that was fast. Nice job. You need some work? I need some commissions. Okay, be careful and try not to get yourself killed.
Alright, here we go. Let's get some books. Not the best first batch. 1 Forge Ahead, 1 Vehicle Book, and 2 Tech Planets, and 6 Armoured Up. Well, that's not so bad after all. And back in the store, 1 more Forge Ahead, and check it out, look what we can craft. Alright, 1 Cooking, 2 Armoured Up, 1 Forge Ahead, and another Vehicle Book. A little while later, and we're struggling a little bit with inventory management. And finally, 1 last little batch up in the loot room. Not a bad haul overall. Hopefully we get a mission back there very soon so that we can double loot it. But with that said, that was enough of the burnt forest biome for now, because we had to get back and craft our workbench, gather some resources, and get ready for the horde tomorrow. Resource gathering included getting some coal, because we got a very important recipe, which I'll show you right now. We are going to be drinking like a king, because somewhere along the line we found this pure mineral water recipe, which means we can effectively double the effectiveness of all of our water, and as far as I know, this is the best water that you can get in a game. So yeah, very happy that we've got this at this early stage. And while that water was cooking, we placed our workbench down, so things are coming along very, very nicely. Now it's day 7 already. I don't want to go too far afield and end up getting stuck somewhere. So I just spent the day sort of pottering around, ganking some loot. First stop was the top of Aldo's cabinets just across the road from our home base, and we got some very nice loot. Check it out. We have a nomad outfit. We don't have to look like a fucking idiot anymore. Next we headed over to this fire station, ploughed our way through the zombies and headed up to the roof where the loot was. And I don't want to feel ungrateful to Rex for giving us this lovely bicycle, but in this pass and gas crate we found the book that's going to allow us to go to the next level and get the mini bike. So with that in mind, I went to go and try and find an engine, but that didn't last long. Fucking hell. Never mind, we did find something just as good in one of these mailboxes. Check it out. Stun repulsor mod. We can't use it now, but as soon as we get our stun baton, that'll be the first thing that I'm crafting and sticking on it. And I don't know who lived in this house, but they also had an exploding arrow schematic in the mailbox. So back at base we had enough stuff to craft the handlebars and the chassis for our moped. We'll deal with the Horde Night first and then head out and try and find the wheels, engine, battery and all that kind of crap to put it together once we've crafted those, because I don't think we're going to get the acid that we need to craft any wheels. That's just too rare right now. With that said, the engine wasn't too hard to find, but that's literally all we had time for before getting over to the Horde base. And check out this little entranceway that I made in. A bunch of ladders going sideways in through the window. I was pretty sure at the time that the zombies wouldn't be able to go that way. So yeah, we're all good. Let's hunker down and get ready for the Horde Night. I figured with this base design, especially at this early stage at day 7, we're going to be able to melee this. We're kind of forced into that position anyway because we hardly have any bullets. We've got a few arrows, but that's probably going to be less useful than just using the baton here. So here we go. Here's how it went down. Oh my god, and this is my first day 7 Horde in version 1.0, and man are they long. All the way till 4 AM if you haven't heard. No more finishing the Horde by midnight. And there we go, this is Butcher Pete's turned into a really basic Horde base, but man, I think this will honestly do us till at least day 21, so we'll definitely be back here. I dedicated the rest of day 8 to finding the rest of the parts I need to craft that mini bike because I really want to be getting over to the burnt forest. And it's just going to be so much more convenient to do it when we have a better mode of transport than this bicycle. So we went around looking in all the garages we could find, trying to find these pass and gas crates. Apparently this is where you're supposed to be able to find the most wheels, but fuck me if I didn't find one all day. Until, as a last Hail Mary on the way home, 2 cars that I checked in a row ended up having a wheel in each one. So there we go, cars for the win. And when I said it took me all day to find those 2 wheels, I wasn't joking. That was literally all day. It's like 6 PM now. So here we go. Finally crafting the mini bike. Check it out. Yeah, boy. So with the mini bike crafted, that allowed us to head over to the burnt forest. So we packed up all our shit and moved out. I spent a couple of hours driving around trying to find a nice looking place to call home because we're probably going to spend a little while here. This place popped up. I called the real estate agent, but nobody answered. So I just took the liberty of letting myself in. Now I don't know if it's a level thing or a biome thing, but we started to get noticeably better loot, including this legendary part. So yeah, I'm looking forward to spending some time here, getting some good loot. First, let's finish clearing out the house. Alright, there's the loot. Shit, upstairs. I do feel a lot better when there's a door between us. Oh, fuck. We're going free range. Do. So, with the place cleared out, we found some interesting gloves in the loot. We've got these nerd gloves. That's 2 nerd pieces in the set now that we have. At least, I don't remember throwing the other piece away. Next, we just had to give ourselves a convenient way in and out of this place. I'm planning on going upstairs. I think upstairs is always the best place to have all your important stuff, and then cut off all other access points apart from one. And then you can funnel the zombies anywhere you like and just have a bit of a emergency fighting hatch or fighting position, say at the top of these stairs. So that's what we're going to do here. We'll clear out the house a little bit, get some hatches down, and we'll start to make this place home, shall we? Alright, this should buy us a few minutes in case any zombies decide to wander in here and come up while we're crafting and whatnot. There's a nice little nook there, we'll use that for something, I'm sure. Right, let's sort out this floor. I've never seen this before, but check it out. There's no damage being done to this fucking hole in the floor thing. So, we're just going to have to cover it up with these thin, what are they called? Not the plates, but the really thin ones, and hope that nothing hits them, because they're like really weak. Anyway, we'll just open these curtains here, just let some light into the room, and I think it's really going to open the room up. Look at that, beautiful. Remember what I was saying about good loot? Look at this, a commando outfit just in the cupboard. Some armor parts. Yeah, we're going to be good. Alright, the dew collectors, I decided to just stick them down outside. I don't think anything's really going to bother them if we're having far enough away from our actual house. Crafting stations can go there and there. Land claim blocks so that we don't get this place as a mission and fuck the whole thing up. Cooking station over here. Hatch at the front door. And as luck would have it, that mission that we picked up from Jen a couple of days ago is literally right across the road, so we're going to head over there and do that now. Alrighty, let's see. This is just a clear area mission, so it shouldn't be too bad. It's not my birthday, is it? Okay, well, she took a pounding. Oh, and another hood there. What is it? Nomad headgear, plus 4.8 heavy armor rating. Is that... well, yeah, that's definitely better than what we're wearing in terms of armor rating. Let's see. Do we want to stick it on? Do we want to go tanky or sneaky? I don't know. We'll stay sneaky for now. Oh, mag extender, that'll be good. Well, it's got some gloves. We'll have a look at those in a minute. And some books. Alright, we've got Tech Planet. That'll be good for our Baton crafting. And we're done. Alright, what are we taking here? There's nothing that fucking stand out, is there? We'll take the bullets.
Asking again?
Oh, check it out. She's got 3 Tech Planet books. We'll take all of those because I really want to get that stun Baton crafted. Ooh, harvest acid from cars and whatnot. Okay, it's 1,500 bucks. Quite expensive, but we'll take that Wasteland Treasures book as well. So at this point, we took another mission. We'll do that in the morning, just because she asked nicely. Headed home, upgraded our hatches, and then started day 10 with a lovely little mission. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And in the end loot, we found something that's going to make this whole experience better for me and for you. A helmet light mod, so that we can actually see what's going on in the dark. And I'm not sure if we're going to get to use this, but a water purifier mod would otherwise be really useful if we hadn't already found the mineral water recipe. Now, something I've noticed about the burnt forest biome is there's a lot more animals running around like these pigs, so I think food is not going to be an issue like it was in the forest biome. And I just had to show you this as well. We found our Charged Strike Tech Junkie book, which gives us a 50% chance for power attacks to instantly recharge stun batons. So again, not one for right now, but as soon as we get that stun baton, we are going to kick some serious ass. In the meantime, let's round it out with another mission at the vet. And just like that, it was mission complete at the vets. So, just heading up to the loot. Let's have a look what we got. Not much. Burning shaft mod's okay, we'll stick that on the Baton for now, and we've got a new hat. Alright, it's time to round out day 10 by making our new base seem a little bit more like home. I think we've done well for our first 10 days. We survived, which is the #1 goal of this 100-day series, but we've made good progress as well. So looking at the next 10 days, I think our main goals are going to be to survive the day 14 Horde, obviously. We'll knock out Jen's 10 missions to progress to tier 3, and then we'll have a choice to make whether to continue here or up sticks again to the desert, but I think I'll play that by ear. So day 11 started with a quick pop across the road to this place that I hadn't seen before, but I quickly realised why it was called the Hangman's Retreat. Pretty grim. Anyway, there's not much else here, so off we popped to try and find some books, because one of our main goals for this next 10 days is to get a motorbike so we can start whizzing around the place. So I learned a while ago that cars are the best place, or one of the best places, to look for the car magazines, and a place that happened to have loads of cars was this yard that I found, and the looting was good until things got quickly out of control, and then I realised what this place was. Whee! Looking for magazines was getting extremely boring, so we moved on to doing some missions for Jen, starting off with the Boar Barn Fields, which I've done probably 100 times. So we'll move quickly through it. Now at this point I was starting to get my eye in with some stealthy arrow shots, plus some not so stealthy ones. So we cleared the place out, collected the loot, which wasn't much to write home about, and then went and picked up another mission.
Wow, I didn't think you had it in you.
So just checking the
Good
skills
job.
here, I think I'm pretty set on trying to max out intellect and going as far as we can into electrocutioner before we do too much else, and that decision came in absolutely clutch because check this shit out. Stun Baton baby! Here comes our first victim. And look at that, so much better than the pipe Baton. Let's test it out on a proper mission. There's our first cop. Now I am liking the new graphics on the green vomit. Check it out, it looks so cool. Still being a bit cautious with the melee on a cop, but let's see if we can just get a couple of hits in. Oh, we've pissed him off. Alright, good test. Let's finish this house off. And with that, the house was clear, so let's check out the loot. Average. And look at this. It's as if the world is pointing us towards stealth. And a couple of Tech Planet books, which unlocks the stun baton quality 1. Of course, like literally 5 minutes after we just found one. Now I'd already found the recipe for the stun repulsor mod, so the first thing I wanted to do overnight was get that crafted so that we can stick it on the baton and just go ham tomorrow, because I have seen it in action and it looks pretty cool. Luckily we've already scavenged enough forged steel, we've got plenty of electrical parts, we're always going to be needing more duct tape across the whole 100 days I'm imagining at this point, and we have mechanical parts, so let's get this on the cooker. Done. So let's go replenish our forged steel supply while that's cooking. And back to the house. Here's something I prepared a little earlier. Let's stick that on the baton, and I cannot wait to see how this goes tomorrow. Now I spent the rest of the evening just checking out my armor situation. We got this assassin outfit that we picked up, and I've decided that we're going to go full assassin because I already had the hood, we've got the outfit, we just need to craft some boots and gloves, which we can do to level 3 already because the armor books seem to be really abundant and we've already got enough stuff to craft the armor crafting kits. So that's pretty quick. Let's get those stuck on and we should see a lovely little bonus appear. Here we go. Assassin full set bonus active, which if I understand it correctly makes zombies lose their focus on us quicker. So I don't know, I could be wrong. Somebody please correct me if I am. Either way, at the crack of dawn on day 12 we pop next door to Freddy Krueger's house to test out our assassin abilities along with our new stun repulsor mod on the baton. Okay, shot to the arse, not enough to kill him, even with a 4.8 times damage modifier for stealth. Okay, not quite so hot on the stealth yet. Let's give this guy a little tickle with the baton, come on. Nice. I think the thing for the repulsor mod said that power attacks give a 50% chance of knockback, which basically means every second shot I'm going to send the fuckers flying. When you get 2 at a time as well, they both go. Absolutely mental. Anyway, that's enough messing about. We popped back to Jen to go and pick up another mission, and as coincidence would have it, she sent us straight back to the place that we just come from. But before we go and do that, there was something that's been on my mind since I realised that there's no clothes in the game anymore. And that is, what the hell is in the clothing store? So I headed over to the downtown area, or the commercial area, cleared out some zombies, and looted up this place just to see exactly what we get. So after looting just about every clothing rack and everything like that I could find, we headed back to the loot, picked it up, and this is the grand total of clothing related stuff that we picked up. 91 cloth, 10 leather, 4 armor parts, 1 pair of boots and a single pocket mod. So back at Krueger's place again, we got to test out our stealth abilities. Not quite sure how she didn't wake up with us smashing a door in with an axe. Now here at the loot room I really do think that the stealth abilities are starting to shine through, because I don't remember ever doing anything quite like this. Now I was feeling like a double-eyed bastard with my stealth abilities and my new baton with the stun repulsor mod, so we picked up an infestation mission which sent us to a separate town. That'll be for a bit later. First, I just wanted to upgrade our dew collectors with the gatherer and the tarp, because that will help us get water quicker and more of. Nice English, Steve, well done. And because it was a bit late in the day and we didn't really want to head over and do an infestation mission at night, we just spent the rest of the day pottering around, clearing up some random POIs, getting loot, and finding bow parts. So let's pop that on there and that on there, and by the time we come back next time we'll have some quality H2O. And because we're going to be spending a little bit of time here, I decided just to tart the place up a bit, make it feel a little bit more like home with some random decorations that I picked up from some of the POIs that we've been visiting. And there we go, isn't that all lovely and homely? We spent the rest of the night just doing some cooking, because this is the first opportunity we've got to craft some really good food. So we've got meat stews. It's going to take fucking ages, but they're really good food, so it's worth the wait. Pre-dawn on day 13, we headed over to our neighbouring town so we could get an early start on the infestation mission at the Pass and Gas, but I couldn't resist a few of these newspaper stands on the way. And this magazine looks like a great one, another good one for stealth. Sneak attacks, give a 20% chance of a knockdown with the bow. So let's put that to the test, shall we? Oh, first time. Oh, and again. I can't decide if I'm enjoying the bow more or the stun baton at this point. Now, as luck would have it, this little town had another cracker book, so it's rude not to take up the opportunity to go and nab some more books, because that is the only way we can progress through crafting things in the latest version of the game. So we spent a little while just going around, nabbing all the books, killing the zombies, nabbing the books again, killing the zombies again. But because we've got so many books, we have to have a little mid-raid read, so let's have a look at what we got. Blackstrap recipe, 4-grip mod schematic, 1 forge ahead, archery, recover more arrows, cooking, hunter, yeah, whatever, handyland, batter up, don't need it, 2 more bow hunters, machine guns, scrapping for fun, electrical traps, 6 armoured up, I told you there's loads of these, and 4 tech planet. We're going to be crafting a tier 6 baton in no time. The next little pit stop, we had got another forge ahead, shotgun weekly, another tech planet, and 6 more armoured up. This is unbelievable, we're on 66 out of 100 already. And then up on the roof, after clearing the zombies out of there and the poor little dog stuck in this little house here, we just gathered the main loot. And here's what we had to show for it. Got quite a few books that we've already read. Got a couple of forge ahead though. Vehicle books, pistol, 2 more tech planet. Look at this, 50% extra sneak damage to sleeping victims at night. 2 more armoured up, and I would call this a pretty good raid. So on with the mission, let's see what this infestation is all about. A little bit of precaution there, just to prevent the zombies from all rushing us out of the door. And of course they came to the window instead. These guys are starting to get tough now, but stun baton is going to work, even against this fucking mental. All are equal in the eyes of the stun repulsor mod. Loving the group shots there. And it was 11:10 in the morning on day 13 that we got our first rads. Luckily I remembered to bring my Molotovs with me so we could just do a little bit of damage before they break through the door. And this is a pretty cool tactic actually, I do like the old through door Molotov. So that was that, we picked up the stash, went back to Jen's and picked up a reward. That means we're not going to be encumbered at night. We bought another couple of whatsits for our second dew collector and then went and done another mission at this place. It was a pretty good opportunity to test the stealth actually, which worked really nicely after this first dude. Back at home we crafted 9 more armour crafting kits. We got a cement mixer on the go. Our our first little batch of ammo. And we upgraded to a tier 4 assassin outfit, so tier 3 is the lowest thing we'll have now in our full set. Found a nice little cubby hole for our cement mixer. And who would have thought you'd have got extra XP just for crafting your first one? There we go, I'm not complaining. And we even got some more XP for surviving for a total of 14 real life hours. Check it out, 5,000 XP. And it was quite the night for crafting because we also got a lovely shiny new 9mm pistol on the go. Plus a new wooden bow, which is a step up from our tier 5 primitive bow. And we chucked a couple of skill points into intellect to get us up to tier 7. We spent most of day 14 just heading back over to our original horde base in the pine forest. Doing a bit of looting on the way, but nothing really to report home about. We did gain a skill point which we put into tier 4 of electrocutioner, so here we go. Day 14 horde, stun Baton, show us what you've got. To be honest, the most stressful part of the Horde Night was in the morning when this fucking pack of dogs came running after me. I guess they couldn't get up the ladder to us to fight us at the hatches, so yeah, we had to do a little bit of running around. But there we go, another successful Horde Night, no worries. That will probably be the last Horde for this Horde base now. If we manage to get over to the desert before the day 20 on Horde, then we'll probably build something new so that we don't have to just keep running around between 3 biomes, because it does eat into valuable time just being over here 3.5 kilometers away from our main base right now. Our moped was a bit low on gas, so on the way back to the burnt forest we had to harvest a few cars just to be able to make it back. And then when we got there we headed over to see Jen to see what's up. And what's up is that we've got another crack at the old cracker book. So today is a great day for our crafting progression because it just means books galore. I do feel like we're sort of cheesing this a little bit, but you know, if that's what the game's allowing us to do, then that's what we're going to do. And plus, we've done this so many times now, I actually know where all the zombies are, so it's a good opportunity for us to test our stealth, which went very nicely until this dude. So we cleared the bottom floor pretty much, and here's what we've got. We've got a vehicle book, 7 armoured up books. We've got a few other bits and pieces we're not really that interested in. 4 scrapping for fun, 3 pistols, 7 bow hunters, 4 more tech planet, cooking mag, got the steel arrow recipe, couple of medical, another archery one, yeah, bows degrade 20% slower, that's alright. 1 more forge ahead and that's about it, so let's pop upstairs and see what we can get up on the roof. So again, a couple of recipes. We have 1 car book, electrical traps, we've got an urban combat book, 2 more tech planet, 3 more armoured up to 85 on that now, 85 out of 100. When we get to 100 we can craft tier 6 armours. So again, yet another successful raid at the cracker book. I think Jen, you can shove your reward. Oh, hang on, 100 bullets, yeah, I'm gonna take that. Oh, and with that, tier 2 is complete. We have finished Jen off. I mean, we've finished off her list of missions. Alright, let's just grab these cobblestone shapes. That'll help us with our next horde base, which is going to be in the desert, because Jen's now going to send us off to find Trader Bob, which we will definitely do before the next horde.
If you feel it's too dangerous, or just change your dive into my inventory.
Now here's something. I didn't know if this is new in the latest version, or it must be in a recent version since the stun Baton came in, but I've literally never had a look at what nerd tats do. And it turns out they add an area effect to the stun repulsor mod, so I think we're going to definitely work that into our horde based design. We're going to avoid the tightrope next time because, you know, we don't want the zombies falling off. I think I want them to actually group together a little bit more so I can test out that area effect. But anyway, we had a few hours to kill at the end of day 15, so on the way past the Shotgun Messiah shooting range, I decided to pop in and see if I could get any more parts, because I do want to craft a better wooden bow. And we're very low on bow parts, so I figured what better place to come than this place, and we get to test out our stealth, which is going very poorly so far. The same cannot be said for the stun repulsor mod though. Fucking look at this. Absolutely savage. And these armor racks, it turns out, are a bloody gold mine. Got a couple of pieces of armor there, which we'll probably just scrap. Got some armor parts. Got a bow part, check it out. Things are actually going as planned. Now, if I had any doubt about stealth, this was the exact moment that it was completely dispelled.
Fuck to it!
And just like that, the shooting range was clear. So we headed up to the roof, because I know that the stash is just through the little skylight in the building over here. However, it all got a bit out of hand because all the zombies woke up, and I don't really fancy standing here all night trying to shoot them with arrows, and I don't really want to shoot off my gun. So we headed home, did some basic maintenance overnight, and then came back in the morning of day 16 to finish this place off. Carbook. So I tried to stealth this as much as I could, but the problem was that I could only get body shots on half of them, and the ones that I could get headshots on all tended to be feral, so yeah, the chance of getting one hit kills with the bow pretty slim in the morning. Like that. But it's all just a matter of procedure really, we just took them out one by one. Used the Baton when we had to. And then we grabbed all the looty tooty. Now there wasn't that much to speak of, we got a couple of pistol books and some parts, but check this out, we got 18 sewing kits from the main stash, so that's going to come in very handy for our armour crafting. Plus we've got a treasure map, so who knows what that's going to turn up later. Now these armour racks on the wall might be the best individual loot container in the game, because I just got another 2 pieces of armour from this one. Back at Jen's I put on my bartering hat and sold her all my crap that I've been collecting the last few days. Made quite a bit of bank in the end.
How can I help you today? Looking to patch up those wounds?
Enough in fact to buy a water filter for the dew collector. So we're now going to get nice, fresh, clean drinking water out of the dew collector instead of that shitty murky water bollocks. I also noticed that cobblestone is really, really cheap, so I'm just going to buy it whenever I can see it, because if it saves 5 minutes of mining, then yeah, I'm all for it. Inspired by my raid at the Shotgun Messiah, I spent the rest of day 16 just going around town, practicing my stealth, zapping zombies in the head, and grabbing up as much easy loot as I could find. And this place turned up a new bartering hat, which gives us 6% on both selling and buying, so that's a bonus. This farm I know well from my Project Wasteland series, so we just broke into the side here. I know the loot's in this little blue barn out the side of the house, so that was pretty easy. And in this one here we found a new agility mod, so we'll stick that in our hat, get a +1 on agility. We'll replace the perception one that we've got because that's not quite as useful with our current build. And then we have the Huanink residence here, so quick easy loot grab, just poling up to this this window at the back corner of the house. Easy access to the loot. Now with all the books and the parts that we've been looting these last couple of days, we actually have enough to craft a legendary stun baton. I wasn't expecting to get here this quickly, but that's where we are, so let's just make the most of it. We just have to gather all the particular bits and pieces. We've got some forged iron crafting over here in the forge. We've got everything else in our main stash covered, which means we can just head straight over to the workbench and get this puppy crafting. Right after we make one more duct tape. And we can get this puppy crafting. Now we just happen to be very close to being able to craft a motorbike at this point, so I'm anticipating needing some forged steel, which I spent the night gathering from all of the local neighbourhood street lamps. And then for day 17 we made our way over to the desert to meet the next trader, and we'll have a little recce around the town and see what's up. I think we're probably in for a slightly bigger city. Well, does it count as a city? Probably does if it's got a downtown. So yeah, we'll scope this place out. I imagine that we're going to want to spend a fair bit of time down here, so maybe we'll set up a little home away from home. But for now, let's just raid the compound and then we can go and see the trader. Excuse me while I just steal all your money and then sell it straight back to you. Sucker. Nice to meet you, Bob. Thanks for the skill magazines. These 2 card books are going to come in very handy because they're going to take us up to 45. Motorcycle is ready to be crafted. But for now, let's continue on with the mission. We'll just have a little ride around town, see what's here, see what places we might like to loot or base up in. But while we're coming up on this passing gas, I can't go past the opportunity to grab some more forged steel, which we can get from these gas pumps. Lovely jubbly. Well, there looks like a town hall right up ahead there, so some easy loot. Definite downtownage. We're seeing a nice mix of commercial and downtown areas here, so lots of loot to be had. I think this ostrich hotel can fuck off for the moment. But here's one place that can fuck right on. Another cracker book. Now, I do feel dirty doing this again. It's almost like this is a bloody speedrun when you've got so many cracker books. But, like I said earlier, if the game wants us to do it, I mean, we're going to do it, right? So back in we go. We'll just rip through this and skip to the end. 6 armoured up books, a bunch of stuff that we've already got. Some stuff that we haven't got. Got a bow hunters there, 3 more handgun books. We've got a tech planet, 2 tool digests, and a couple more vehicle books as well, so maybe we'll get to the bloody 4x4 before too long. Another pit stop, more of the same, but we are up to 100 armoured up books now, so we've got the ability to craft legendary armour across all the various armour sets. I don't know if we're supposed to be there that quickly on day 17, but that's where we are. And then again up to the roof, more of the same, you can see it on the screen there. And I think given how quickly we've got here, we'll probably give the cracker books a rest for now. And speaking of rest, we're going to need a place to rest overnight tonight, so this town hall looks pretty good. There's some easy loot at the top. We can just pole up the side, or in this case, ladder. Walk across this roof here, and then jump up again to the next level. And there she is, the loot room, waiting to be breached. Now, the Molotov up on the ceiling there will bring the 2 enemies down. We can take those out quite easily. And we'll actually mark this because I think this is a pretty cool place to have a little temporary base, a little FOB, just up in the tower here. So we'll see if we can secure it just by knocking out some of these other roof bits that would otherwise give access to zombies coming up the main way that you're supposed to actually come up here. I don't know if this is going to be effective, but I suppose time will tell. And here we are, our new home away from home. Let's see what housewarming gifts we were left. Nice, we've got some gold nuggets there, we'll flog those. And we have a double pocket mod as well, very nice. So, overnight, I did a little bit of renovations, I tidied up all the crap, and I put some of these windows in. I figured it'd be a nice little pastime just to see if we can make this place look a bit livable, so yeah, here we go. That'll be a little side project, just while I'm killing time in between adventures down here in the desert. But we've got shit to do. It's day 18. I want to get back to the burnt forest, craft our motorbike, and then come back down here. But while I was just having another little drive around town, I found this place, and I recognise it as a place which I have previously tested as an easy to convert POI into a horde base. So we're going to make this our horde base, but we won't do it now. We'll just mark it so that I can find it again. We popped in to see Bob to sell all of our shit, and I forgot that I actually had a hat back at home, and I could have done this and made about 10% more money if I'd have waited and gone and sold it to Jen, but them's the rubs. Anyway, we went home, crafted the bits and pieces we need to craft to get our motorcycle on the go. We have one more legendary part in stock, which I used to craft the new assassin hood. With the chassis and the handlebars done, I was then able to craft my motorcycle. And check this shit out, this dog lost me. I was just standing here and he knew I was over here, but then, yeah, I think this is the effect of having that assassin armor. And if that's how it works, that's pretty fucking cool. Anyway, the reason we're out killing dogs is because we needed to get some more bones for glue, for duct tape, because we've been crafting like a motherfucker. And here we go, how sweet is that? One motorbike. But that was it for day 18. Day 19 we headed over to the other Shotgun Messiah place, and it turned into a bit of a shit show, to be honest. I couldn't stealth these because you need to actually get down there to trigger them all in. And once they're triggered and they can see you, then stealth is gone. So anyway, we got the loot, which was pretty good all up. Not least because we found another couple of bow parts, so we're going to try and make a higher quality wooden bow. We don't have the legendary part anymore, so we're just going to have to settle for a tier 5 on that. But that should be pretty sweet anyway compared to the level 1 that I've been using. So I spent the rest of the day just preparing all the stuff I needed to take down to our new little mini base, our FOB. I crafted a few more crafting stations like the workbench and a forge and a cement mixer and a couple of dew collectors so we can be properly set up down there. I grabbed some building materials for the Horde base and off we popped. So we have 2 goals for day 20 that we're going to round this episode out with. First is going to be to get all of our shit set up in our town hall base. She calls that one the downward slide. So we grabbed all of our supplies off the bike, popped them upstairs, popped our workstations down, built a couple of little platforms for the dew collectors and put those down outside, and then made our way back over to the Horde base. So what we're thinking is, we just need to knock out a couple of blocks of steps because there's only one way up to the top of the base, or the top of the building. So if we just concentrate on taking that out first, then we have basically as safe a position as you could ever want up on the roof. Of course, we're not just going to hide out up there, so we are going to build a fighting position of sorts. But first, let's get rid of these concrete blocks and the steps. There we go, easy done. Took a fucking while, but it was easy. And then just in case they decide to climb on top of each other and think about trying to get over anything here, we're just going to stick some extra blocks in, give ourselves a ladder so that we can get up, as long as we're not holding shift while we land on the ladder. Another little ladder up to the roof here. And here we go, we have safety. I suppose the next thing that we're going to do in building this Horde base is actually make it more unsafe than it already is, because the zombies can't get us up here no matter what we do. The whole place is made of concrete. I think the pizza oven in the restaurant in the middle is even stronger than regular concrete, if I remember correctly. But that wouldn't be any fun, so we're going to build a fighting position up here. We're not going to use the tightrope because, like I said earlier, we don't want the zombies to be falling off as much as they usually do on the tightrope, because we want to be testing the area effect on this stun baton that we've got, thanks to the book that we read. So let's get on with the build. We just need to clear out a couple of these cars down here. We'll just have a regular platform like this, just 1 block wide. I mean, I know it's not much wider than a tightrope, but it's wide enough that a few zombies can actually pile up at the fighting position without falling off. So from here, we just need to build some kind of staircase. I fucked this up a little bit. I was going to make like an extra strong pillar or column there holding the platform at the top up, but I put them in slightly the wrong place, so we had to make it a bit bigger and use more resources than I planned, but there we go, these things happen. So that's the main platform. We're just going to have stairs coming down this near side now, but not before we upgrade these to concrete, just making sure that the ones that are most likely to get hit by the zombies are a bit stronger than the rest. The rest are probably fine at cobblestone. So here's the stairs. We're gonna, well, it's a bit of an arseache doing all this shit. I know I'm not one to plan things out and measure, so I really have no idea how many blocks up, sideways, outwards we need to go. I don't count any of that shit. We just build and then it becomes some kind of monstrosity. Now because this is such an arse ache on this side, we'll do something different on the other side. We only need the stairs for dogs because dogs can't climb ladders. So we'll have a ladder going up on the left hand side and we'll have these stairs going up on the right hand side. We'll just double up on this as well. So just managing the resources. I don't quite know how many blocks I've got at the moment. But there we go, that's the basic structure. Now we've got some blocks left over so we can just double up the width of these stairs. Just filling in these gaps here. And again, the ones that are most likely to be hit by zombies will turn to concrete. Now this bit here, I'm just building a basic cage out of wood. Probably don't need any more than that. As long as we've got concrete and cobblestone on the front, that's the only bit that's really going to take much damage. The rest is just going to be if any birds decide to turn up. Just going to increase the strength here by doubling up with a plate on the main pillar, and then again concreting up the blocks that are most likely to get hit by zombies at kind of head height. But that is it. We have a horde base ready to take on the day 21 horde. We kicked off day 21 with a bit of resource gathering on the way to this POI that I've had my eye on for a little while. It's quite a good opportunity to pick up some armour and armour parts for crafting our tier 6 assassin suit that we're going to be trying to do over the course of the next few days. Just have to get past some of these zombies first. And the stun baton is doing the trick. There we have our first bit of armour that we can scrap for an armour part. Another couple of bits there. And another one there. It's tier 4, but they're not actually worth that much, so what we're going to be doing rather than sell things like that is just scrapping them for the parts. Into the main shooting range, we decided to test out some stealth with the old bow and arrow. I think I'm having more fun with the bow and arrow than I've ever had in about the last, well, what is it, nearly 2,000 hours of gameplay since I first got the game. But with that said, we still have to finish them off with a baton every now and again. So up to the roof we go. We're just going to have to get down into this little room here through these skylight windows. I think we'll take a different approach this time compared to the last, where we had to come back the next morning. Not even going to bother trying to kill them from up here. We'll just head down here, knock a hole in the wall or the door or something, and we'll fight them one by one at the hole that we make. Fire. Do-do-do. So after a bit of fucking around, we got into the main loot room and picked up, there's about 3 or 4 shotgun messiah boxes in there, and the tier 4 chest. So all in all, a pretty good loot haul. Got tools digest here. Assassin hood we can scrap because we've already got a better one. 9 sewing kits, very handy. And we're also going to be keeping an eye out for bow parts and pistol parts because I want to get an SMG crafted and I want to be able to craft the top level compound crossbow when I get to that point, and I think it's going to take a lot of parts. This little side office is great and usually got something decent up on the wall. Here we've got another farmer hat, we can scrap that. And some shoes that we can scrap for another armor part. So, funny story, I'm recording these episodes 10 days at a time, so yeah, it seems that I forgot that I hadn't decided to be scrapping all of the armor at this point, so I sold a few of those bits that I just got. Picked up another couple of those little mods for the Dew Collector. Did some more resource gathering. So we are fully on the crafting grind train now. I'm going to have to try and squeeze this in between adventures. It's got to be done. It's going to be slow with the shitty tools that we've got at the moment, but like I said, it's got to be done. Anyway, back home. Let's get some concrete on the go. We're going to have to upgrade our shitty cobblestone base for the day 21 horde tonight. We'll get this shit in the forge, grab our other bollocks from outside. God, I'm really loaded up. And, you know, I want to make these little bases livable and just give them a personal, homely touch. So we're going to be decorating and, you know, sorting this place out. I decided to kind of renovate the top of the town hall tower thing here. We're going to put windows in, knock out all the temporary shit, and yeah, like I said, we're just going to try and make this look all nice and cozy. But it's going to be a gradual process. First things first, let's get this day 21 horde done and dusted. We're going to try to conserve ammunition. I've had one of those nerd tats, so the stun baton's got the area effect on it now. Hopefully we can melee this for as long as possible, just like the last one. I don't see a reason why this shouldn't work out, because it doesn't matter how strong the zombies are, they're all going to go flying if we hit them. Anyway, let's montage this shit. And that is exactly how it panned out until the dawn. Until the zombies broke through this bottom block here. Got me in a bit of a panic. I decided to pull the gun out. That was slow and shit. And then one zombie did the unthinkable and crawled through the gap that it made. And then another. Put the baton to work, but I didn't realise I had fuck all stamina. And I really thought this was the moment. This was the moment it's all going to go tits up. But then relief when we made it to the emergency roof. Because what it meant now is that we could do this from a safe distance. And in an instant the whole horde was worth it, because we picked up a sweet ass compound crossbow. We put 3 points into intellect, which means we actually get to level 10 now, even though we're really level 9. Because with our intellect mod that we've got in our hat, that gives us an extra 1 point, we can now max out Electrocutioner, which basically makes us a stun baton god. And we can overkill chickens too. After last night's horde, day 22 got off to a bit of a late start, but we headed over to this shitty rundown POI because it's still a tier 4, even though it looks like one of those old crappy remnants. And again we put our stun baton to the test. One final push into the loot room and the goodies will be ours. Average loot for this one, we did pick up one new piece of armour that I can't remember if we scrapped or sold it, but we got it. And after that we went to go and have a look at this little pop-up medical facility that I think is a new POI. Because I don't remember that happening before. Anyway, a few zombies to kill and then we got some loot. Another pair of gloves, nice. And then on the way home, another landmark, number 50 on Forge Ahead, which means we can craft the chemistry station. And given this, we are now really only one item away from being able to craft whatever we want, and that is the crucible that we can stick in the forge to create forged steel. But first, we're going to try and get the chemistry station done. We're just buying some acid here from the trader. But the one thing that has proved a bit more elusive than even the acid so far in this playthrough is the beaker. So that's the one thing that we're going to be keeping a special eye out for. And I thought a good place to start would be the Tri-Med group, which the trader gave us a mission for. So, I mean, I don't know what this place is, but Tri-Med group sounds medical, doesn't it? We're bound to find something here, right? What we did find was a lot of fucking zombies, I'll tell you that. Up on the roof things got a little bit hairy. Started to get a little bit overwhelmed, but again the baton came to the rescue and sent a few zombies absolutely fucking flying. The loot was okay, no beaker unfortunately. Back at home overnight we got a little bit of decorating done. Doesn't that look lovely? And then we started distributing some skill points. I decided at this point going into mining is probably going to pay off because, like I said earlier, we do need to start harvesting a lot of resources now. We're in the crafting grind phase of the game and every little bit is going to help at this point. And then after that we continued putting some new windows into the place. I didn't have enough wood to finish the whole job, but things really are starting to come together, aren't they? So day 23 we're in to turn our mission into the trader. Picked up these Molotovs as our reward. And I thought I'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone by doing some buried treasure missions. Knocking off some missions and gathering some clay while we're at it.
Ain't bragging if you done it. Here's your pay.
We'll take the recog for this one and get another.
I reckon you'll be living in high cotton.
And it'll be the crafting skill magazine bundle for this one. Still on the lookout for a beaker, of course, for our chem station, and this very next mission took us to the Poppin' Pills.
I reckon well, that's better than a poke in the eye with a sharp.
Rocking the new crossbow again, we got some stealth kills, and probably it's not going to be too long until we actually ditch the bow and arrow and just go fully with the crossbow. This game's really going to make us wait to find that beaker, isn't it? Oh my god. And then up we go to the roof where the main loot stash is, and it was pretty easy pickings. And check this out, I don't know what the fuck happened here, but this guy just noped out of existence. Or at least that's what I thought until I saw him roaming around downstairs a little bit later. Back up on the roof, some decent enough loot, but not what we're looking for still. So, the search for the beaker goes on. And look at that, a legendary part. These have been pretty rare so far. And it looks like whoever lived at the last party house was hoarding all of them, because we just found another. But still no beaker. I spent the night of day 23 going into day 24 driving back to the burnt forest to our first base, because I wanted to go and pick up some crafting supplies and get some armour crafted using these legendary parts. And although I do want to get that full set of assassin armour crafted as soon as possible, the one thing that I'm going to do before that is craft the hat that gives us a bartering bonus, and then I'm going to stick a cigar on it. And then hopefully if I remember to eat sugar butts before every time I go to the trader, then basically everything that he has is going to be half price. And plus he's going to give us double for everything that we sell him, which at this point I think is going to be the best way for us to get to having a crucible, because we're so many books away from being able to craft a crucible, we're going to have to buy it. So I gathered up a bunch of shit that I can sell as well to get as much money as we can. Headed out and picked up all the doobies off of one of the dew collectors. This is going to be much more useful back at the town hall. And then when we arrived back at base on day 24 in the morning, we went to go craft that ranger hat, but of course we need some bloody steel, which we don't have, so we had to get a bunch of lampposts. And finally we could craft our money hat. Now I don't know exactly what Bob was up to, but I thought it disappeared for a minute until we saw him halfway in the ground. And then of course, after we just spent 3 or 4 hours getting forged steel from lampposts, he goes and offers us 25. But anyway, here we go. We've got our money hat, making bank, selling our shit for double what it's worth, and then we will eventually buy the crucible for just 9,000 buckaroos. Wrenching cars for gas is a bit of a pain in the ass at the moment as well, so let's just buy a bit of that. Cobblestone's cheap as chips. Concrete mix, probably the most time efficient way to get that right now is to buy it. Picked up a couple of potatoes from somewhere as well, which is the bottleneck for creating the hobo stew, but I think this is the first time we managed to get a couple of those on the go. I don't know if potatoes have been nerfed in this version of the game, but I haven't been finding fucking any. We ended the day with another mission, this time at the KLZ radio, which is just a couple of blocks down the road from base. Still no beaker in the loot. But we did get a nice little stash of sewing kits, which is going to be nice for creating those armour crafting parts. That's a nice little triple pocket mod. And, of course, we are another mission closer to completing the tier for the trader. So having got that crucible, we were able to start crafting forged steel in the forge. So that's a bonus. And then we used that to get a few bits and pieces crafting in the workbench as well. A steel pickaxe was first on the menu. And I was feeling flush with forged iron as well, so we upgraded our storage. And then I used our one remaining legendary part to craft some tier 6 assassin gloves. And because we're going to be doing a lot of mining now, I decided to make a tier 5 miner helmet, which I think gives us 25% extra yield whenever we're mining. Base is looking pretty nice, but what I reckon we really need to tie the room together is a nice rug, so we'll be on the lookout for something that we can pick up on our travels. There is a bear rug in the game, but it's pretty rare, and I think I know the one place that we can get it, which is that new Red Ruby's place. We had one in our starter town, but I think I might have already picked it up and then scrapped it or trashed it, so we're going to have to find another one of those places. Anyway, day 25 started off with a trip to Bob's Boars. Now, it has been a long time since I've done this POI. Jumping down this hole made me very, very nervous, but luckily Grace was still asleep. And we've got our stealth gear on as well, so I figured we'd be able to just craft a little escape route for ourselves, just in case the shit hits the fan. Yeah, there we go. Easy. And we'll stick a couple of these up here, just in case she decides to try and jump and squeeze through that gap. And from relative safety, I think we're free to try out some of these flaming arrows that I've got and haven't used yet. And you can pretty much guarantee that if I hadn't gone to the bother of making this little position here, that Grace would have been able to get out of that little cave and fucking run around and kill us, but as it turned out, it was all a bit of overkill. Threat eliminated. And check out how much meat I actually got from this POI. 310 we ended up with. Now, if only there was a fucking Pete's Potatoes POI or something, then we'd be sorted. And again, some pretty decent stuff in the loot, but still no beaker. We spent the next few hours wearing our mining hat and gathering a bit of resource out in the desert, and I don't think I'm seeing any coal in the desert, so we had to go back to the burnt forest for that. And then I spent the night just clearing out the bottom of the town hall because I realised that we set up camp on a place that's still infested with zombies. So yeah, here we go. Stealth for the win, again. Except for that bit. So at first light we headed out into the town again to get some scrap polymers so that we could craft some steel crossbow bolts, and then I headed out to see if I could find the POI with the most beds in it, and this kind of block of apartments looks like a good candidate because we need springs, and the best place to get the most springs is beds. Now things did get pretty hairy pretty fucking quickly in here, and it turned out it was nearly the end of the series after this little fucking melee. So the loot's just in there. I'm going to try to block that door and block this little entranceway because I know the zombies are just going to spawn as soon as we open that door. And little good it did. Oh my god. What a shit show. Right, we're doing okay here. As long as the stun baton continues to perform. These fucking feral whites are an absolute nightmare. And unfortunately, I've blocked myself into a dead end here. The only way out is up that hole. And like an idiot, I have the world's most impossible block to pole up on selected in my hotbar. So, oh, let's see how this unfolds. No stamina. No bullets. Well done, Steve. Absolute panic stations. Oh my god. We're fucking trapped. Here they come. We're gonna have to make a run for it. We're gonna have to make a run for it. Go on. Go! And out we got. And yeah, once we got out into open ground, it was just a formality, really, clearing this lot up. It took a minute, but we got there in the end. Now, the loot wasn't much to write home about again, but we did pick up a couple of little souvenirs to take home and stick on the wall and, you know, again, continue making our base feel a bit more homely with a couple of pictures of some dogs. But anyway, we did come away from that place with what we went in there to get, which were some springs so that we could craft a tier 4 SMG, because this pistol just is not cutting it in those hairy situations. We need something with a bit more firepower and a bit more of a rapid burst. So here is the results from the efforts of our overnight crafting. We've got a new set of tier 6 assassin boots, our SMG's ready, and we've got some new steel crossbow bolts. And I'm starting to feel a little bit more equipped, because I think this is probably the longest I've gone into any playthrough without having an automatic weapon, so I think that's pretty much a record. And yeah, look at that, we're one legendary part away from having a full set of legendary assassin armour. I cannot wait to get that 4th piece crafted and done, but day 27 at the crack of dawn, and headed next door to the Seymour Bank to start another mission. So we're going into all of these situations with the intent of being stealthy, but for some reason it doesn't take too long until we end up having to get our baton out. There's a lot of blinds in this bank as well, which means a lot of cloth, which we're going to need a lot of because we are going ham on the duct tape crafting, and cloth is actually the bottleneck for that, given that our dew collector's pumping out like 6 or, what is it, no, we've got 2, haven't we, 12 clean waters every time I check them basically. So down into the vault we go. There's a high potential for danger down here because I don't really know if there's any other way out than that ladder that we just went down. And I know that in the heat at the moment, if I have to run around and try and find a thing, I never will. So just doing our best to pick off as many with stealth as we can. But again, I just keep fucking waking up. Okay, there's the loot room. The zombies have spawned in and they've already seen me. One quick shot with a crossbow and then we'll switch over to our SMG and give that a first good test, shall we? This is more like it. Too easy, mate. "26 days without an automatic weapon, and this really does feel like a treat now." And again, decent loot. Another 4 handgun parts there as well that we can use when we're ready to craft a tier 6 SMG, but still no bloody beaker. Now, we picked up a couple of treasure maps recently, so I headed out to go and dig those up. I know that occasionally you get a chance to get a good amount of money from them, and this, it turns out, was one of those times. 5.5 grand, look at that. And some decent loot that we can sell if we're not using it as well, like that shotgun and a couple of parts there we don't need anymore. Anyway, second one, not quite so lucky on the money, but still some decent stuff. We'll get a few quid for that back at the trader. Now here's a place that looks like it might have a beaker or two. Dumpsy Clinic. I don't know what that's supposed to be, if it's a reference to anything, but it's a funny name anyway. So yeah, this isn't a mission. We're just coming here on our way past. Just a good excuse to get a few kills in while we're looking for that elusive beaker. So let's see how this goes. So it's a pretty big POI, this place, and yeah, quite a few zombies laying around we could pick off quite easily with the crossbow. And again, inevitably, we have to get the baton out every once in a while. But got a little bit hectic, not too troublesome. There's always a way out. We can just run back up those stairs and get back to the roof. Here, another example why the SMG kicks the pistol's ass. Look at that. No worries. Quite a few zombies later, we found ourselves down in the loot room. If ever we're going to stand a chance of finding a beaker, it's got to be here, right? And there we go. Yes, that's it. The beaker is ours. We can craft our chemistry station, and basically that means we can do whatever we want now. Crafting ammo, crafting gas, crafting steel. It's all just a matter of doing it. We've got nothing holding us back. And there we go, let's get that cooking. Day 28 started off with another quick mission at Grand Forks Estate. Up to the loot room, and look what we found. Another rando beaker. Would you believe it? These things are like buses. Back at base, chemistry station's done, so let's find a little home for that. Right, there will do, lovely jubbly. Let's get our first lot of gas on the go, so we don't have to wrench any cars for that and waste God knows how long it takes. And we can get a little batch of gunpowder on the go as well. And if anybody can tell me how to make the fucking sound of that gas being crafted a lot quieter, then please tell me. Anyway, another quick trader run, sell some loot, make some money, get another mission on the go. We'll pick up a couple of books. I think we're a bit flush with cash now, so we can afford to buy books. We'll get some sewing kits, and this cement is an absolute bargain, so we'll get some of that. Now it is day 28, the number's red, so I thought it was about time to go over and do the repairs on the base from day 21 and upgrade some of this other stuff that we had left at cobblestone. We'll get that going to concrete just to make it a bit stronger. I don't see any real problems with this base for day 28 Horde. I think we're pretty comfortable with the Baton, and we've got our nerd tats as well, so we can send the zombies flying with the area effect on the stun repulsor mod. I mean, is that overpowered? I don't know. Stamina's the issue, I suppose, and we haven't really spec'd into that. Either way, we made a quick little modification here because I don't want to get any zombies up on the roof again of the base. In the last Horde, they were starting to pile up, and so yeah, I've just put these wedges up here to prevent that happening. It's a bit of a weird structural integrity going on there, but there we go. Anyway, the rest of the day we just spent preparing for the Horde, grabbing all our shit. Earlier I learned that I read the book that makes me able to craft boxes of ammo, so I was crafting AP 9mm ammo for 80% of the cost, I think it is roughly, so yeah, 80 bullets for the price of, no, 100 bullets for the price of 80. And with that, we're gripped, we're sorted, let's kill some Blood Moon zombies. Now I thought it would be a good idea to have Punchy just off at the side here to help us keep this top bit clear and stop them piling up. But he was getting on my tits and he kept knocking the fucking zombies just before I was about to hit him myself. And so I ended up picking him up a little bit later. I don't really know what the optimal configuration is to have Punchy on Horde Night because, yeah, I mean, you want the zombies coming to the fighting position so we can actually hit them. I guess maybe later as the Hordes get really, really intense, we can just use him to thin the herd a little bit just before the main fighting position. I don't know. That'll be one for later to figure out. Now I could tell that the difficulty had increased quite substantially from the last Horde. Things are starting to get a little bit more overwhelming, and here I think Punchy might be partly responsible for the number of zombies that were making it through that gap and squeezing themselves through. Whatever the cause, I was definitely feeling like I had to get the guns out a bit more often this time. I'm pretty sure that using a tightrope rather than the one block wide approach to the fighting position would keep this easily manageable with melee only, but yeah, I don't know, I wanted to avoid that. Maybe as the Hordes get even more crazy later we have to revert to the tightrope, but I don't know, it is a bit cheesy. We'll have to see. Again, a very hairy moment here when this spider, I think he must have jumped across and come around from the outside, but then while I was dealing with him, somebody else squeezed themselves through. I couldn't jump up to the fucking escape route because I was reloading, down to 63 health. Like I said, pretty hairy. Zombies just fucking piling up, look at this shit. They've broken that first line of defence with the baluster rails just on the other side there, so we're doing all we can to try and keep that last one repaired. But yeah, I keep getting spat at, keep getting hit, having to be up close to repair it. And yeah, we're living on the edge a bit here. Let's just fucking drop a load of ammo. And then, weirdly, I don't know what the hell happened here, but look at this. Instead of coming straight to me, they were like lemmings just running off to the side. Like, I couldn't hit the bastards. So yeah, I don't know. Something must have changed downstairs. Maybe a block got broken. I don't know, the power thing just went all weird and skew-whiffy, so I probably could have just stood here and not done anything and just let him circle round, but I wanted to get the kills, I needed the XP. It's a lot more awkward now, having to fight off to the side like that. But we'll do what we can. I remembered I had some exploding crossbow bolts, so I thought, why not give them a go? I think it's pretty low risk at the moment with the zombies not really trying to get to me for whatever reason. Just have a bit of fun. And that was the Day 28 Horde. And check this out, one of these loot bags, we get a very, very nice item here. Not that. Here we go. Vehicle fuel saving mod schematic, so we can craft one of those. Getting around just became a hell of a lot more convenient because I don't know how much the percentage difference it makes is, but it's noticeable. So we've got 3 skill points to spend after that. We're going to put 2 into the next point of agility so that we can get archery and gunslinger up by 1 more point each. And then it's been a hectic few days, so I just spent day 29 driving around trying to find anywhere that's got some sort of croppage. Mainly potatoes is what I was interested in, and we've got a few. Got a bunch of pumpkins we can't use really until we get a bunch more eggs. We found a mode power because you can get a lot of electricity books and stuff from these little shelves here. I haven't really explored crafting any of that stuff, any traps or the robots or anything like that. So I'll look forward to getting into that over the next couple of episodes, I think. So yeah, heaps more of these electricity and trap books and all that stuff. Mined for some more resources. I forgot my mining hat, so we weren't quite as efficient as we could have been. Made a few explosions. Got some more resources. And that was pretty much it for day 29. Overnight we cooked a bunch of food and got our vehicle fuel saving mod crafting in the workbench. The AP 9mm ammo is going pretty well, we've got 4 more boxes of that. And then day 30 we headed over to the fit box to finish the tier 3 missions for the trader. I think this is the final one, so we'll be able to move on to tier 4s after this. And we'll also find out where the next trader is, who's going to be in the snow. Again, the fit box was another good opportunity to test out the stealth abilities of the armour that we've got at the moment and everything, but yeah, it's 50-50. I think the benefit of having a tier 6 suit is going to be that once the zombies do aggro, we can just lose them ridiculously quickly, so it's not going to be like we're totally undetected, but once we do get detected, it's all about how quickly we can become hidden again. So, hopefully, in the next episode, we can figure that stuff out and get that full tier 6 suit going. We just need that one more legendary part. Maybe it'll be in the loot box on the top of the fit box. And maybe not. Anyway, that's done, so we went back to the trader just to confirm. I was pretty sure that this was it for the tier. Molotov cocktails for the job. And then it turns out that we'd actually done a couple of the challenges as well. So, homesteading, I can't remember what that one's actually for. Lumberjack Slayer, that's pretty obvious. Grab some mollies for that. And the Tourist Slayer. I was weighing up between the Quad Pocket mod and the Night Vision mod here, but I think that's just too valuable. We'll go for the Quad Pocket mod. And what a good decision that was, because our reward for completing tier 3, we managed to pick up one of those Night Vision mods as well anyway. So there we go, we're all set. Tier 4's starting next episode. But to round off day 30, there's one thing that I wanted to do before we got to the end of here, and that is check out this Pop and Pills factory / hospital over just 2 buildings away from home actually. I did go in, this is the first time I've used the Night Vision mod, regardless of whether it's the new one or the old one. I don't think I remember ever using it before in the whole game, in my whole experience. And I'll be honest, the black and white is actually pretty difficult to tell the zombies apart from the background. So we've got that off pretty sharpish and just went in as we've been going normally. I think it's probably a lot better in the dark. But yeah, using it in the daytime like this, absolutely pointless. But we carried on, got a few stealth kills. I mean, look how close you can get to these zombies. Unbelievable. Now, the way the zombies were all huddled up on the roof here, I thought for a minute, well, I got my POIs muddled up because I thought the loot would have been up here, but no, just a bunch of zombies hanging around. And then a little while later we found ourselves down in the basement where the real shit's going down. Fucking rads everywhere, exploding barrels, bodies strategically placed by the fun pimps to slow us down when we run around trying to escape what's coming around the corner. Because that is the one thing I do remember about this POI through experience, is that there's some bad shit around the corner. And that little spot here where we just opened it up, clearing off those zombies off the floor, is exactly where I've got stuck and died before running away. So we cleared it, got as many of these preliminary zombies out of the way as we could. And then we unleashed the bullshit that was on the other side of this door. Basically, open, run. That's the tactic. It actually wasn't as bad as I remember, but that feral white sprinting out of there, I mean, it could cause us a lot of shit if we're not expecting it. So anyway, this is the loot room. We made it to the loot room, and we managed to pretty much stealth our way around. That door unleashed a few of these chemistry guys, but we took those out pretty easily. They're just regular difficulty zombies, I think. So with those guys out of the picture, we just stealth killed our way all the way to the bank. I've never seen such garbage in 2 poppin' pills boxes before in my life. Let's see what's in the biggie. And that is a very nice amount of loot. We've got plenty of armour there that we can scrap down to parts. We've got a treasure map that's got the potential to be quite valuable, and yeah, just some general good shit. And that, as they say, is that. We recently unlocked the auger, so we spent the first few hours on day 31 trying to find an engine in town so that we can build that. Lucky enough, we got one after about 10 cars, I'm going to guess. So now we had that engine, I headed back to town hall so we could get our auger cooking, and that's going to allow us to get out and get more ore for the amount of time that we're putting into mining, because at the moment we're going to need pretty much a lot of everything, from steel for crafting various bits and pieces and for Horde Night base construction. We need lead for ammunition, shale for more gas so that we can use the auger for longer, and funnily enough we're not doing too badly on gunpowder, so that's the least of our worries right now. Cheeky treasure chest, don't mind if I do. So yeah, day 31, pretty much a resource gathering day mostly. We did head over to the trader to sell off a bunch of crap with our special bartering hat with cigar attached. So we've got quite a few quid for all this crap, and I did treat myself to a new anvil and a couple of steel tool parts because we're going to need to be crafting some stuff very soon. Cement powder is also very cheap to buy considering how long it takes for you to actually make that same number. And here we are, just picking up a couple of bits and pieces, books and whatnot, just to try and move things along a little bit quicker. Next day, day 32, we headed out to see the trader in the snow, looted his compound for the free books, and then had a little mosey about town to see what we could find. And wouldn't you know it, we came across yet another cracker book. So I'm not quite sure how I feel about these at the moment, because it's pretty easy to just rip through them and get all the crafting books that you need. We're only on day 32 and I feel like we're already well through the progression on the crafting stuff with all those mags. At the moment, it just seems like the formula for progressing your crafting is go to a new town, find a cracker book, get books. I suppose at this point you could call that a cheat code really with, with how easy this is. Having said that, I did have a little hairy moment up here on the roof. A few swings and misses, but we got there in the end. And the Baton's great and everything, but sometimes you just got to get out your gun. So with the zombies sorted, we cleared out the rest of the Crackerbook Cafe, got the loot. You can see that we've already completed Forge Ahead, and then headed back home to get our craft on again. This time getting some steel arrowheads going for our compound crossbow, and scrap polymers is actually going to be the bottleneck on that now. I'm glad I don't have to fuck around with feathers, but yeah, like I said, scrap polymers. There's no quick way to get those fucking things. Crucible we can make now, but we're a few forged iron short. And when you've read the right books and you've got enough ingredients on you, you can actually craft things in batches of 100, and it only costs the equivalent to making 80 of them. So you're making a 20% saving on ingredients, or the other way, you're gaining a 25% free bonus on whatever it is that you're making. Anyway, we spent the rest of day 32 mining. We got some oil shale so that we can get some gas going, because we're a bit low on that for the motorbike and the auger. And then we headed out to get some coal and some nitrate so we can get some gunpowder going in the chem station. But more importantly, while we were out, we had some more forged iron crafting in the forge, and that gives us what we need to get that crucible going so that we can then use this second forge to get steel as well, because we need the crucible before we can craft forged steel. And I think that'll pretty much be most of everything that we need to be able to craft is now craftable to us. We've got all of the shit, we've got the workstations, we've got all the tools that fit in the workstations. So yeah, it's just going to be a case of gathering resources now. So here we go, let's get the crucible going. I'll just cancel this batch of 200 concrete cubes and then do them again just so that we can put them further back in the queue, because yeah, a couple of minutes left to go for our box of 100 steel crossbow bolts, and then our crucible will be another 5. So that should be good for the morning. We'll get some more stone in the forge so we can craft some more concrete powder. I'm pretty sure I say that the wrong way around every time. Concrete powder, concrete mix, cement powder, cement mix. I don't know. Fuck it. You know what I mean. Let's skip ahead to the morning of day 33. We're going to start with a mission at Fort Bags. And this was another good test for the old stealthy wealthy. I'm basically a ninja at this point. And you know what? I think what I might like about it most is you don't necessarily even have to break line of sight. So check this out with these army dudes. You trigger them in up here, jump down, leg it, get a bit of distance, and I'm just not used to zombies not running at me the whole time. And so that is the top cleared. We've just got to sort out this little bunker where all the loot is now. We're having to go loud to begin with. Actually, I don't know if we have to or not, but that's the way I went. Not really causing us any troubles coming up the stairs like this. It was taking a little bit too long and I was getting a bit bored, so we jumped up on the roof and started shooting. Well, I do love a good gas can explosion. Now, here's a funny thing. I was so stealthy running around killing all the zombies in the middle of this thing that all these ones in the ditch around the edge of the place, they didn't even spawn in or wake up or whatever. So yeah, we had to go and kill them afterwards. And then, with that done, it was time to get into the loot room and see what we got. And again, at this point, I mean, loot's pretty much... We don't really need anything at this point. So yeah, I don't know why we're doing this stuff. We're just completing shit for the sake of it. And on that note, on to the next mission we went. And yet again, it was a story of a combination of stealthy crossbow and lucky Baton. Now this was interesting actually. I normally suspicious there's zombies up there, so I chucked a Molotov, and yeah, turns out this is the one place where there's not a zombie hiding up the ladder in one of these little lookout points. Now this did get a bit hairy for a moment because I wasn't expecting them to come bursting right out of that second door. And then, of course, when I'm reloading, I can't fucking sprint. So I took a bit of a knock, turned around and started twatting these guys. But yeah, in the open, nothing to worry about. Into the facility we go. Alright, so I'll skip most of the middle bit of this just to get to this end part here, which was a bit interesting because the whole thing's fucking full of spiders. Don't know what kind of dodgy party they're having up in here, but we'll put a pin in that for them. God, that fucking noise is intolerable. Oh my god. Alright, one last big dude to go and then we're clear to grab the looty tooty. Which is more books and more ammo. Great. And here we are, look at this. How about that for an exit? What better view to enjoy my hobo stew with? Anyway, that's enough fucking around eating at the top of the mountains. We're doing our third mission of the day back at a very, very familiar POI for us, this Shotgun Messiah range. Now I know that loot is becoming slightly more and more pointless for us, but if we're going to get loot, we're going to want it to be this kind of stuff from like military places or gun stores. What I'm really, really looking for is more legendary parts, because if I'm not mistaken, I've only seen 4 up to this point in the whole game. So it's one, what about every 7 or 8 days I suppose. And we've got 2 of them in the same bloody house, so yeah, it's even worse than that really. As it went, unfortunately, we didn't get any legendary parts in this place, but we did get a few bits and pieces, so, you know, if we're going to spend our time doing stuff, then it might as well be here, because yeah, it's as good as loot goes. I didn't have much else to do overnight back at base, so I cracked on with the renovations, just fixing this this pillar up here in the corner, putting a new wooden one in and painting it to make it look like it's metal. And then I tied up the windows again as well, so yeah, it's starting to look a little bit more like home here now. And is it really home until you've plastered your name across the front of the fucking building? Day 34, we were mostly pottering around in the morning with not much to show for our time, but we did manage to get out and do a mission in the afternoon, get a nice little barrel explosion there. Now we're starting to see rads a bit more frequently now, so yeah, we're definitely leveling up in difficulty. But that's why we carry our SMG with us. The Baton and the crossbow will take us so far, but yeah, when the shit hits the fan, you really need to be able to pump some lead into somebody. Now check this out, I don't know what the percentages are, but every now and again you get a treasure map with a bunch of money in it, and look at this, we've got nearly 10 grand just out of this one treasure map. Unbelievable. But anyway, as well as the military stuff, another place that I thought we stand a chance of getting some legendary parts would be the Savage Country, and lo and behold, check it out. We actually got one. My god, these things are rare. This POI generally is actually a pretty good one for getting armor parts, because this little counter over here has got a heap of stuff on the wall, and by the time you get to where we are now, day mid-30s, you're not going to be using any of this crappy armor that you're finding, so you can just scrap it, get the armor parts that you need, and then you can craft what you want. Job's a good one. So, having found that legendary piece, we can now craft the final piece in our assassin outfit puzzle, our tier 6 assassin outfit. So there we have it, our full assassin set bonus. We have this little icon down in the bottom left telling us we've got the full gear on and the bonus is active, which basically means that we're going to be able to lose zombies easier than ever. But we'll have to wait to try that out because it's day 35 and we have a horde tonight, which means we need to get over to the horde base and upgrade what little bits of cobblestone we've got left, get that up to concrete. We'll repair everything else that got any damage in the last horde, and we're just shoring up the actual fighting position there to steel, just for the extra protection, because we're starting to get some hard zombies now. Now this bit here I'm just extending and strengthening the little, I don't know what you call it, but hopefully preventing zombies and especially spiders from jumping across, which a couple of them seem to have done. And yeah, I figured we'd test some electronic traps because we had the skills to craft some of this shit. So yeah, behind the scenes I've been crafting all this crap. We've got a couple of dart traps which are going to be triggered by these plates here. We've got one at foot height and one at head height, I believe. And then we're going to get those trigger plates hooked up to this battery operated, this battery powered generator. We'll close it in with a bit of concrete just to protect it from any bird spit that might come our way. And that is those connected. Done. Also crafted a couple of electric fences as well, so we can just hold the zombies up in position right in front of the fighting position there. So yeah, we've gone for an X configuration rather than just going straight across. I don't really remember why I did this, but we've gone from low to high and then high to low, so it's created this X right in the middle,
where the zombies are basically just going to be walking straight into that, and then that will hold them there for as long as the thing lasts. I don't think I'll bother trying to repair it on Horde Night, it's just going to take too much fucking around. But with that hooked up, I had one more thing that I wanted to test, and to be honest, it was a complete failure. Because I also crafted a blade trap, which I stuck just at the top there that you can see. It did absolutely fuck all on Horde Night, which is coming right up, right after I show you this, which every good base should have one. Anyway, here we go. Horde Night, day 35. I've gone for some skull crushers this time as well to help with the melee damage. I've got the nerd tat to help with the area effect on the Baton stun repulsor mod. And so yeah, we should be pretty comfortable here. The dart traps are going to work, I can hear them, and I can definitely tell the difference with the skull crushers. I'm getting a lot more one-shot kills with the Baton. And yeah, it's just a lot of fucking noise. Oh my god, this electric. I mean, it's good, but please, Fun Pimps, give me a way to turn this shit down. Whee! So yeah, that was it. You don't need to see me just twatting zombies in the face for like 20 minutes straight. That literally was as easy as that. So grab the loot. They didn't really amount to much more than a few bits of armour that we can scrap. We did have to repair the floor a bit from where a couple of cops exploded. This tarmac surface on the car park isn't actually as strong as concrete, so it does go pretty quickly. And whenever I'm building a base in a similar place to this, I always end up having a concrete or steel floor by the time we get to the late game. But here's a quick look at the stash that we ended up with after grabbing all those loot bags. This is plus what I already had on me as well. So yeah, as you can see, nothing too special. A few books here and there, and a few bits of armour. After that, we headed off to the trader to have another sell-off. I forgot to eat my sugar butts and only remembered halfway through, so that's what we're doing here. And then we'll sell the rest for 10% extra or whatever it is. So we've got quite a bit of money now. Money's not really an issue. So I splashed out on a rad remover mod. Now obviously we have a full week until the next Horde, and I really want to get some more legendary parts. So I figured, let's head off to the snow and we'll spend a few days there. We'll do some missions, loot some POIs, and just see if the increased loot stage of being in the other biome is actually going to help us get those legendary parts. And then eventually, when we have enough legendary parts, we can just fully kit ourselves out with tier 6 of everything. But we've got a bit of a journey, so let's crack on. First things first, we headed to the trader to see what he had in stock. A couple of car magazines was actually the best thing, because for some reason I'm finding them really hard to come by, and I really want to get to the gyrocopter before I start flying around the map, visiting the wasteland and all that. From here we picked up a mission at Carl's Cars to just get us started, so we headed over there, and this little Beavers place next door looks like a pretty decent place. We can just set up a little temporary base up on the roof here, put a storage box down, keep all our shit, organise it, and what we'll do is, for however many days we spend here, we'll keep all of our loot there, and then before we head back, we just head off to the trader and flog what we don't want to keep. And yeah, we'll see how much profit this few days in the snow is going to result in. But for now, we've got to clear this shithole out. There's quite a few zombies in here, I wasn't expecting this. So yeah, again, SMG comes to the rescue, until of course it's time to reload. But that's that, finally. So yeah, a couple of quick ladders on the side, easy access to the roof for us, and we have our new home. So with that done, check this out. I'm just doing my first real test with the new full assassin suit on tier 6. So having both of those zombies aggroed, and then I ran around the corner and crouched. One of them did find us, but the second one completely lost our scent. So I think this is going to be a good tactic going forward, going through various POIs, because it's going to allow us to just stealth so much more than what we've even been doing already. Here we're just doing a quick pre-loot before we actually activate the mission. I figured I'd get the lay of the land of this POI before we go ahead and do that. Here, vehicle plan mod schematic, that's a pretty good one. We get the 4x4 eventually. But other than that, similar story with regards to the loot. And check this out.
I'm not sure the silencer has ever worked quite so well as what it is now. I don't know if it's because it's combined with my stealth suit and whatever points I've put wherever. But yeah, the silencer on that gun, I can just stand on top of the building and I'm sniping, crouched, with full stealth bonus damage increase for every gunshot. It's fucking wicked. Here we go again, just testing. The zombies know we're here, so I've just run outside, crouched around the corner, and I've completely lost my trail. There he is. Bonk. There's another one, let's do the same thing. And having seen this place the night before and figured out the lay of the land, I realised that we can just get through to the loot room via this back door here. And look at that, stealth killing rads with 2 shots. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this was an infested mission as well, so it's supposed to be hard, but not when you're a stone cold assassin like we are. And as if you needed any more evidence that this build kicks absolute arse right now, check this out. I'm unloading a full clip into those 2 dudes down the end, reloading, they're not dead. But they're not coming after me. Look at this. That dude's still standing there just facing the other way. Unreal. Alright, back at the trader, I remember to check my challenges page, and we have another couple that we can redeem. 5 blood moons survived, 50 zombie vultures killed, and 50 spiders killed, so get some extra little bonuses next time we chat to the geezer. Let's have a look at what he's got for us.
Good job.
We'll take 300 AP 9mm ammo, thank you, and 1 triple pocket mod. Next mission, a very familiar spot, a fetch and clear at the police station / town hall. This is our main base back in the desert biome, so pretty familiar with the layout, although that layout's about to change a little bit. Apart from a couple of cops in here, it was pretty much a full-on lesson in stealth. This should be the last geezer, and then we can get up into the little tower here, and we're not going to try and stealth this. We'll just run around, jump out, hide. And there, they've lost us. They've lost us again. How? I can't get over this. How easy? Well, I say easy. Is it easier or does it just kick ass? Is there a difference? Okay, what do we have? Stun Baton, car book, that's good. 70 out of 100, we still need 30 books, oh my god. 30 books until we can get to the Gyrocopter, so I don't know how long that's going to take. Anyway, let's clear the rest of this up. Nice, treasure map, we'll go and do that now. And of course, look at this. What a piss take. Alright, we're going to have to go in under the road via the little bit on the side here. Not ideal, but I don't know, we're pretty good with the old diggy digs now, so this didn't actually take too long in the end. Now here's another one, another map in the snow. This is more like it. Yeah, we've got a bit of money on that one as well. Look at that, lovely. These are bow parts. Now we're about to witness probably one of the stupidest and most riskiest things, and pointless things as well, that I've ever done, which is to try and piss off a random fucking demolisher and then manage to hit his button when he's right next to my bike. Luckily, the bike survived. I don't know how, because look, you can see where the impact was. That was a spot of luck. And look at this, how much damage did it actually do? We're on 50% durability for the bike, and yeah, I know it wasn't on 100 before. I just checked back in the edit, and the last bit of footage I've got, I haven't already cut out of the video, it was on 67, so while it felt like a big disaster at the time, it was actually not that much of a problem. But anyway, yeah, so day 38, it's just gone midnight. I decided to have a bit of a drive around, and I found yet another cracker book, and I really do want to get a gyrocopter, so fuck it, I don't care if it is cheesy. We are just spamming the cracker books And due to the lack of car books that I've been getting, I'm actually going to put a point into Grease Monkey. I don't know if it's going to make a difference, but this is the first set of books that I've got. No car books yet. Got about half the Cracker book to go, so we'll dig into that and have a look. And this set of Tools Digest that we just finished has taken us to 100 out of 100. We've got 3 left to go on archery. We've got 1 car book, so we're on 71 out of 100 for the car books. Still not getting many. Even with that point, and even considering that we've just completed a set as well, that's supposed to prevent us getting any more Tools Digest because we've completed that set now. Let's see what we've got. 1 final little stash here. Yes, 1 car book. No. 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 But we do get a drum magazine mod. Look at that. Let's stick that on the SMG and we'll be able to pump lead for longer. Look at that. We can craft the 4x4 at least. I'm not a massive fan of it. I know it doesn't feel any faster. It actually probably feels slower than the motorbike and it's a bit more cumbersome. But yeah, we'll craft it anyway when we get back to the desert. In the meantime, let's see if we can nab another stash of loot. And this is the first time I've ever jumped down into this place and not had 100 zombies running out of the fucking door there. So again, stealth for the win, baby. And yet again, these armor racks bringing home the loot. Look at that, 2 pieces there we can scrap down. Got another 2 pieces plus another actual armor part there, so that's 3. Treasure map is the best thing in the main stash here. Now, time for a quick sell-off because we're absolutely chock-a-block with loot.
Bullet holes, courtesy of my ammo.
Yes, I know, the Shotgun Messiah again. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you sit through the whole fucking thing for yet another time. There we go, done. Let's loot it. Oh, and before we actually get to the main loot, let's have a look at this new steel axe that we found. It's only a tier 1, but it takes a couple of mods, so it's going to be much better than our tier 5 fire axe from before. Alright, stashy, and another car book, 73, baby. We are on the way. Okay, next mission, day 39, early morning before dawn, but I figured we're stealthy. We can always hide if things get out of hand. That rad in the ceiling gave the game away when I could see her fucking hands and feet glowing through the ceiling. So I used the Molotov to bring her down, and as soon as she hits the ground, she's like, "Oh, I can't see the bloke anymore." Yeah, I'm right behind you, bitch. So yeah, things continued pretty stealthily most of the way through this POI until we got upstairs. The cops started fucking with us, and then we headed out to the roof, and then all kinds of shit hit the fan. Now, for the life of me, I have no idea where the fuck this geezer came from behind me. I've been standing there, I don't know how long, shooting in that direction, so God knows where he came from, but he caused us trouble. Infected us, the dirty bastard, as well. And you know what? These infested ammunition stashes are pretty good. So, you know, I was saying earlier about it not really being worth doing missions and stuff, but infested, definitely worth it. We can come out of them in profit of usable stuff, even given that I spanked a load of 9mm ammo in the process. So I had to expand our little cache up on the roof here into 2 boxes because we're getting so full. We're definitely going to have to do a sell-off before we head home.
We hope you got the job done. Now I can
We'll take those exploding crossbow bolts, thank you very much. Alright, now you're going to take my shit and you're going to like it. You're going to give me money for it as well. Sorted our Perry. Alright, so here's the sum total of our best stuff that I'm going to try to get as much of as possible onto the bike, and then we're just going to pick up the rest of our keep box.
and this is what we're going home with from the snow. What has it been, 3-4 days, something like that? Anyway, it's been a nice little side adventure, but we do have to get back to the desert and prepare. We have a horde in a couple of days on day 42, so we've got to think of what we're going to do there. I'm thinking our current horde base is going to be good for one more horde, and what I'm going to do, I've decided we are renovating the town hall and we're going to turn it into a proper base. So horde base, I'm going to do a farm up on the roof somewhere, and yeah, it's all going to be integrated. King of the Zed Hall is going to be our main base for the rest of this playthrough, the 100 days. Once we get our gyrocopter, we can start fucking around and going to the wasteland and all that stuff, but we'll do that after. Now, screamers are being a little bit of an issue lately. We're having quite a lot of crafting stations, forges and all that stuff going, and that's not the first screamer I've killed over this period. So here we are, day 40, and we're going to spend most of today just working on construction here. First of all, we're going to have to just knock out some of these roof tiles, roof blocks, which isn't too bad because they're wood. And then, yeah, here we go, we've got like a bit of a runway up to the edge of the town hall, which is up here, and then we're going to have a fighting position this way. I've added an overhang as well, so that any zombies falling off don't end up coming down into the windows of the town hall just below. It's the sort of the churchy part underneath what we're standing on right now. So yeah, this is it, this is where we are. We're going to build a little cage, we'll have a tightrope, we'll have a massive set of stairs going up to us, but before we do anything else, look at this. We've killed 50 cop zombies. We're going to get a special reward for it.
Right there with some good work.
And look at that,
Here's your
4
reward.
legendary parts from the trader for completing the 50 cop kill mission or achievement or whatever you call it. I haven't seen 4 legendary parts together
I've got
at
some
one time
jobs.
in this whole
Have
playthrough
you-
so
well,
far,
that's
so
better
quite
than
an epic
poking an
moment.
eye with a sharp
Now,
stick.
I mean, we're flush with them. I don't know what we're going to spend them all on. First things first, though, it's definitely going to be a compound bow
Now
and
you
an
can stretch
SMG. I
sitting
don't know how
down.
much
Good job.
forged steel I'm going to need for that, but we don't have enough. But those will be the next 2 things we get going, and then from there,
Got jobs and you got time.
the world is our oyster.
Too nasty. Get
Well,
the
the
hell
world
out
is
of
our
there.
playground, I should say, because we're probably going to have everything that we're ever going to need. There's Fort Bags mission that I just picked up. That is, I believe, if I remember correctly, the last one that we need to do in Tier 4, and then we'll be on to the Tier 5 missions. So we've definitely entered the steel age of the game now, so I made sure that I gathered enough iron that I could stuff the 2 forges that we've got with as much as they can handle. We've got a second workbench down as well so that we can get 2 things cooking at once when we have to. And with that done, I placed a couple of these little deco items that we've just picked up from random POIs around the place. And then it was off to do another mission. Now, we've done this place before, so it was a bit of a formality. Again, stealth coming through for the win. Now, if I haven't expressed it quite enough so far in this series already, I am absolutely loving stealth in this version of the game, because with the full set bonus from the assassin armor, all you have to do is run around the corner and hide, like literally duck, and the zombies just absolutely lose you, and then you can just pop your head around the corner again and then get your hidden sneak damage bonus. So, like I said, this one was a bit of a formality. Trader Bob didn't have much in the way of reward for us, but this was the final mission that we had to do to complete Tier 4. So, on to Tier 5. Now, I've decided that we're not going to actually do those until we've got the gyrocopter and we can fly around the map and go wherever we need to go, because I'd like to do the Tier 5s in the wasteland. But given that we're taking on a massive base project at the town hall here in the desert, I don't really want to be trying to go around the whole map on land. Now, here we're just picking up our Tier 6 compound crossbow that we've been crafting, so we're almost there. We just got the SMG to go now, and we'll have Tier 6 everything that we need. In the meantime here, we've just got some cement going and our 2 dedicated cement forges that I placed. All this heat is starting to bring in a lot of screamers, but we're playing on a version before the latest update, so we're still only getting 1 screamer at a time, so it's not too bad. Next, we're just reaping the rewards of our mining effort here, crafting a bit of forged steel, which I don't remember it taking this long before. It doesn't seem like 176 is a lot, and half an hour seems like quite a long time. Now, it's time to start thinking about the Horde base again, because I don't think we've got time to really build anything workable for the day 42 Horde,
So we'll do one more horde back at the original base, but getting things started here with a regular baluster rail and the little double pole block thing in the middle there. I'm just going to basically build a cage for us, and then here, just under where I'm standing right now, we're going to try to build a massive set of stairs. So I don't know how long it's going to take or how many resources it's going to require. It's going to be a big project. But what I'm doing here, you'll see that I'm using like 4 small corner pole blocks and rotating them so that they kind of give the appearance of being just one column, but they have the strength of 4. So yeah, once we get this first platform in place, then we can start building the stairs out from there. Now I thought I'd attempt this little configuration here where we can place a door that we can open and close. So that's what we're going with to begin with. We will come to change that a little bit later on. So just continuing on with the basic fighting position. We'll get this all up to concrete before we actually use it. And it's just about now that we've run out of cobblestone, so let's move on. So we'll get 2,000 cobblestone crafting in the workbench. Plus, we are just about at the point where we can build our 4x4, but not before we get a vehicle plough mod, because I've heard that that's a good way to prevent our 4x4 from just getting absolutely destroyed when we crash into shit. So while that's all cooking, we'll do a couple of treasure chests and a bit more mining. Back at base, all the bits and pieces are ready to craft our 4x4 with. And while that's cooking, I'm just heading out now and spending literally the rest of the day trying to find another engine so I can craft a tier 6 auger. Done. Right, let's get over and have ourselves a Horde Night. Things started off pretty routinely. We had the dart traps going, triggering nicely by those plates over there. Got a few melee kills in, and then the big boys showed up. So that first one didn't do too much damage, and we managed to repair most of it. But he wasn't the last. And we can see number 2 there took out the platform completely, so yeah, the zombies have no way to get to us. We spent a little bit of time just standing up on a high ledge here trying to shoot down, and that was working okay for a little while, but it's still early on. It's still 11:30 on the Horde Night, so I don't know, I didn't want to spend all night doing this. So after a little bit of fun with the explosive crossbow bolts, I repaired the bridge and tried to get back to some semblance of normality. There's all kinds of chain reactions happening downstairs, fucking the whole place up. I'm glad that didn't happen up here. Okay, so bridge repaired. And unfortunately I got a little bit willy-nilly trying to have too much fun with the explosive crossbow bolts because we fucked it up again. And then in another monumental fuck up, I accidentally placed my last concrete block right in the way of the fighting position. It happened because I tried scrolling to my nail gun and I didn't quite wait for the cursor to get over to that icon before I hit the mouse button. Now doing this was going to be a complete pain in the ass, so yeah, I decided we'd just maybe abandon this position, head back up top and rain fire down from above like we did before. And it wasn't long until we triggered another one of these fuckheads. And as far as send-offs go for a Horde base, I reckon this is about as good as it gets. Just mash the place up. Yeah, I'm not really too worried about this. This base is a write-off now anyway, because especially considering we're going to be using the Town Hall base from now on. So, yeah, anyway, the last couple of hours of the Horde are just cleaned up from up top. We're not really under any danger. This building's not coming down anytime soon, so we can pretty much stay up here all night if we wanted to and not even bother trying to kill anything. But that would be boring, so anyway, like I said, cleared up, grabbed some loot. And this is the sum total of what we got from all those bags. Not an awful lot, I will admit, but maybe that's because we're just at a point now where there's not really anything that we could get that would be that useful. And speaking of things that aren't useful, here's our 4x4 that we have been crafting in the workbench while we've been taking on the Horde. We'll stick a couple of mods on it. We've got the snowplow and the vehicle fuel saver mod. Gas it up, and just listen to this shit. I mean, it looks beefy as soon as you put your foot on the accelerator, it just, I don't know, it turns into a bumblebee in a tin can. And not only that, the thing's fucking slow, hard to handle, and you don't really get much of a benefit with the increased storage capacity on it. So that was the last time we used it, that little trip to the trader and back there. Until we get our gyrocopter, we'll be back on the motorbike. So day 43 was all about getting the resources we need to craft our SMG tier 6. We picked up a couple of supply drops on the way to another town where we were going to be looking for some animals to kill, because we need bones, because we need duct tape, and for duct tape we need glue. Glue, you need bones. We found this dead rooster that's got a bunch of chickens in the basement, if they're not all fucking running away and legging it up the stairs before we get down there. And then we found this gaff called the Animal Hoarder. I've seen the place before, but I don't remember it being called that. Inside we have pigs, snakes, there's a fucking wolf, dogs, all kinds. Anyway, they've all got bones, and so we nabbed them all. And then to round things off, on the way home, this trailer full of body bags had a bunch of bones in it as well. And then just for good measure, we deboned a shit hawk. 263 bones all up on that little trip, which gave us plenty of glue for plenty of duct tape. So here we go with our tier 6 SMG. And while that's crafting, overnight we're going to get out and do some more base work. There we go, the fighting position's looking pretty good. We're all up to concrete. Next, we're going to need to work on the staircase to get the zombies up here. Alright, that's halfway, the first flight of stairs. Now we need to turn a corner and go up and round and come back at an angle. First we'll extend this out another couple of blocks. And then we'll go bit by bit, bringing the stairs down from the top platform as we extend our bottom platform out, and hopefully we can make them meet somewhere in the middle. I really don't know what I'm doing half the time here. There's absolutely no planning gone into this, I'm just totally winging it. Now we need to put this extra column in here just to support the stairs because they're hanging off a bit too far from their closest support at the top. But there we go, we have some kind of path. I mean, technically this would work if we just didn't do anything else. But of course we need to upgrade it, get it up to concrete at least, and then, yeah, just kind of finish building it out. But like I said, this technically gives the zombies a path to reach us at the top, so this is where they're going to come up. we're going to go 3 wide on that bottom platform. We'll go 2 wide on the back platform before the corner, so we'll stick another set of blocks out here like this. And then I think, yeah, we have 4 squares or 4 blocks wide for the actual staircase. And there we go. That will work. It's pretty lopsided, of course. We only have the 1 staircase. I do want to kind of make the mirror image of this on the other side, but yeah, like I say, we don't really need that. This will work, and I'm sure it'll be fine for the next horde. What I am doing here, just to give a bit of a backup for those stairs, just in case something happens, is adding some ladders down this back bit. It's always good to have a contingency. The last thing we want is for a couple of stairs to get knocked out, and then that destroys the entire concept of the base. Here I'm just adding some strength to the platform above, because I realised that we're putting all this cobblestone and concrete base on top of what's basically just wood. So yeah, we're just adding some extra support columns in here and upgrading those to cobblestone. So into the night, and we're just working on the actual cage. We'll add this little lip just above the fighting positions, and when you get the right angle on it like this, then that's going to prevent the zombies from piling on top of each other and then climbing up on top of the roof that we're going to be standing under. Now onto the roof. So I've just mapped it out using these building blocks to sort of see if the concept works, because like I said, I'm just winging this. But I needed to make a hole so that I could look through and shoot any birds that might be fucking around up top. And I added the angled blocks in there so that it would give me a bit more visibility rather than trying to look up through a square block which is just pointing straight upwards. And then here, just finishing off the actual building, we'll get this upgraded to concrete before the Horde Night begins, but here it's just taking shape. And there we go, it's coming along very nicely. So we'll just add a little ladder so that we can get up on the roof if we have to, which we will have to because I want to put a couple of turrets up there eventually. And we can also see, yeah, this angled hole from the top here. So yeah, you can see how that works. And I reckon this is shaping up quite nicely, don't you? Anyway, for now, it's morning, it's day 45. Our SMG should be ready in the workbench. Here we go, look at that lovely jubbly. Let's get our mod switched over. Job's a good one. Now just over at the trader, I'm drinking some bartering juice because I mentioned those turrets that I want to have up on top of the horde base, and I can't make them yet, so I'm going to buy some. And with all of our various bartering buffs, it only costs a couple of grand each. Even the SMG turret is quite affordable at 4,050 bucks, so we'll grab one of those and all. We'll stick them on the front corners of the roof facing backwards from where the zombies are going to be coming up, because I don't want them to be shooting the zombies, mainly because I don't want them to hit and trigger the demolishers if we get some. But I also don't want to be just spanking ammo on the zombies that I'm going to be killing anyway, so yeah, this is just for the birds. But anyway, that's enough base building stuff. I've headed off to another city to go and find some more books, because I really want to max out the vehicle books and get that gyrocopter crafted. And we found this Neversgain Public Library Remnant POI. So it's not a regular POI that's got loot at the end, but as I discovered, heaps of books, heaps of good loot in here. I didn't even show you half of it, but look at all these books we got. Unfortunately, well, actually 5 car books isn't too bad, but yeah, we picked up 5 in total, which takes us to a total of 88 out of 100 car books. So just 12 more and we'll be able to get that gyrocopter crafted, and we'll be able to fly around like nobody's business. Make that 11 more. On the way back home from the library, we came across this checkpoint, so I figured it would be some easy loot to nab, especially given how our stealth is absolutely kicking ass right now. And at night, we even get a bigger stealth damage bonus. Now, as good as stealth is, I'm always still gonna love a nice barrel explosion. But even then, those dumbass zombies don't know where it's coming from. And I haven't measured and compared, but it seems like using the SMG with the silencer on it is almost as stealthy as the crossbow. So yeah, it's really, really overpowered right now. Anyway, here's the loot. It was pretty easy to get, but nothing too special. Still looking for those legendary parts. I really want to know how to get those quickly and easily, because yeah, we're not finding them in loot that much. So day 46, back home now. I figured I'd try to squeeze as much out of my mining efforts as possible, so I'm just crafting some mining gloves there, which give us another mining resource bonus. So we've got the hat and the gloves. I think they're the only two armor pieces that actually give a bonus to either the damage or the amount of shit that you can gather. The other bits just help with encumbrance and all that kind of crap, so it's not that useful really. But anyway, I spent most of that day mining for resources, and it was late afternoon / evening by the time I headed over to the Eco Trash Recycling Centre and a couple of other POIs just to see if we could nab some quick and easy loot, because I was getting sick and bored of mining all day. Again here, just showing how stealthy the SMG can be when you've got the silencer on it and you have the assassin outfit. I mean, look at this dickhead. I shoot him, walk around the corner, and he doesn't know I'm there anymore. Sneak damage bonus again. Too easy, mate. Day 47, we continued looting some random various POIs, starting with the Fates Motel. Didn't find anything good there. I figured we'd try and go to places with a lot of like bedrooms with wardrobes and shit, because those garment bags and all that kind of thing is apparently where armor related things are more likely to turn up, i.e. legendary parts. But again, pretty unsuccessful. We're not finding them. It's no good. It's no good. Next we headed to this this house on wheels. It's usually quite easy to just get into. Quick body count before we move on. Nearly 3,500 kills so far. Feels like it should be more, to be honest. I don't know what a good number there is. I seem to remember being into the 5 figures, you know, over 10,000 kills in my first ever series, my Wasteland series, by the time I got to around day 80, but I don't know, maybe that'll improve and increase as we get some more mental hordes. And speaking of hordes, check out this paint job I've given the horde base. Absolutely no functional point here, but I figured I'd tide it up a bit and, I don't know, playing 10 days at a time, you do have the freedom to just spend a bit of time doing willy-nilly stuff that otherwise, if I'm doing 1 day per episode, I'm never going to do, because it's boring as hell to watch. Now also, as part of this town hall based project, I decided I want to have a bit of a rooftop farm, so I'm just sorting out the other side of the town hall here, getting this ready. I mean, I'm nowhere near being able to craft any farm plot blocks, but when I can, this would be where I put them. There we go, that's just on the other side of the main tower there. Day 48 I dedicated to trying to find some more car books and hopefully, finally, eventually get to 100 so that we can craft our gyrocopter. Did get a little bit sidetracked at this Fort Razor that we drove past on the way to another town. It was a bit of fun. I was mixing stealth with plenty of barrel explosions, and surprisingly there's actually quite a lot of polymer in this place. I'll have to try to remember that if I ever come across it again, and I need a lot of polymer. A lot of army dudes in this place, as you'd expect, but again, with the stealth, pretty easy. Just keep your distance, stay up high, stay ducked, and I'm pretty sure you could take out any place like that. Now, even though this was a diversion, we can justify it because we got our 96th car book from the loot stash at the end. And after virtually a full day of driving around, looting cars, looting mailboxes, we finally did it. And I almost missed it. But here we go. Check this fucker out. I'm going to savour this moment. Vehicle Adventures, 100 out of 100. You have unlocked vehicle's tier 5 gyrocopter, baby. But it didn't say baby on the thing, I added that bit myself. Anyway, here's how tedious the paint job is. Oh my god. And again, I don't know, this looks like a dog's dinner, but it's what it is. Red and yellow seem to work pretty well together. This black granite is a nice shiny surface as well. It looks pretty good. So there we go. That is our Horde base. It's day 49. It's already lunchtime after I spent God knows how long painting all that crap. So I just spent the rest of the afternoon mining some stuff for some gunpowder and getting that crafted back at base. I was able to make a couple of spotlights and put those down on the corners here just so that we can light up the zombies as they're approaching. I don't think it's going to be that dark that we can't see them, but I don't know, I think the light's going to help anyway. So there we go. That's about it. We're ready for the Horde. Let's bring it on. Here we go. We have our first customer. And within seconds of the Horde starting, I've realised the one flaw in my plan, which was having these baluster rails up on the left and the right, which gives the cops direct access to spit at us from 3 sides now. So I'm going to definitely have to fill those bars in at the bottom before the next Horde. I can hear the turrets on the roof going to work. There's a couple of birds up there I think I heard. Now I was getting a little bit suspicious that the zombies are not really coming at us in massive numbers, which means either they're getting stuck on something or they're trying to go somewhere that they shouldn't be going. And I didn't realise it at the time, but those suspicions were confirmed by that fucking god-awful noise that you can hear with our turrets constantly shooting behind us towards our base. For this reason here. Oh my god. Something's gone completely tits up. I actually have no fucking idea how it happened. But for now, we're just going to have to do what we can do. Get up on the roof of this little thing. Hope that there's not going to be too many birds giving us shit. And we're just going to have to deal with it from here. I do not want those zombies to go into my crafting area in the main tower there. Like I said, I don't know how they got up here. I don't think, I mean, as far as I know, I destroyed any other way for the zombies to get up here. My suspicion at the moment is that the land claim block that I've got in the top of my tower doesn't cover the entire size of the town hall. So yeah, at this point I'm thinking those zombies are actually spawning in on the roof on the other side where I built that little area for the outside farm, or for the rooftop farm. Anyway, didn't last forever, so after I killed them I managed to get back down into the actual base. Just double check, very cautious to make sure I don't get taken from behind. Switch the other turret on. And yeah, we'll go again from here. Luckily we didn't have any more zombies coming up on the roof, so yeah, whatever caused it, I don't know, but what makes me suspicious that it was a spawning in thing is that it only happened on one particular wave during the Horde. So if it was one where they were spawning in from behind us, then I think there's every chance they were actually spawning in on our little rooftop farm, but we'll figure that out. For now, it looks like we've cleared the Horde, so we'll go turn all our shit off, save some fuel, and we'll get out and grab some looty tooty bags. And again here, we've got some decent enough loot, but nothing that we really need that badly. Hordes at this point really are just going to be all about survival, not really about the loot. Which I suppose is a shame, because it takes away one aspect of the game for us. Now, I don't know, even looking back at the footage, I don't know what the fuck happened here, why this entire sort of walkway got destroyed, but there we go, it's gone. I'm going to stick another tightrope there, the door thing. I'm giving up on that idea. I don't know how I can make it work until we get the ones that we can turn on and off with a switch. So maybe we'll do that when we get our electronics skill up to scratch. But yeah, day 50, I just literally spent the rest of the day going around double checking any possible way from within the town hall that the zombies might have been able to get up to us. Destroyed all kinds of stairs. Not that the stairs were going anywhere, but anyway, yeah, like I said, I just cleared out as much as I thought I needed to, filled in some gaps. Now for this bit, the evidence is clear to me that the zombies were getting stuck on this little lip. So they were coming around from this side and getting stuck on that bit there, and then because they just start going into rage mode, they were hitting those blocks on the left that I'm now filling in there. So to prevent that happening in the future, I'm going to knock out that little block on the floor there that's actually getting them stuck. And then the same thing here in case it happens on this corner. So there we go. That is the end of day 50. Our horde base is pretty much still up and running. I've just put another tightrope up there to replace that original walkway with the door. But that's it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you on day 51 in the next episode. Welcome back to 100 days of 7 Days to Die. We rejoin the action on day 53 as we head back to the wasteland to do a tier 5 mission at the US Army Post number 7. Yesterday we built the gyrocopter and flew here for the first time to clear the Dishong Tower, but unfortunately video evidence of that is lost because I'm an idiot and I forgot to hit record. To be honest, it's a miracle that this is the first time it's happened in the 2-year history of the channel, so I'm not too mad. But anyway, this army post was pretty straightforward. Clear all the barracks and the other buildings outside, and then head into the main block in the middle. Now, if you've seen recent episodes, then you'll know that we've been going heavy on the stealth, and this was no exception. Considering I'm trying to survive the full 100 days without dying a single death, this is probably the most sensible way to approach it. And oh my god, am I glad that stealth is just completely OP right now in this version of the game, because I'm absolutely 100% certain that if I wasn't using stealth in this POI, it would have been the end of the series. Now, one of the things I'm loving about it is that the SMG with the silencer seems to be almost as effective and almost as silent as using the crossbow, so the main reason really that I'm still using the crossbow is just to conserve ammo. Now, we do have the loot room just around to the right here through that gap, and as we can see, it's kind of one big circular room. All the zombies have spawned in. All the red dots, I'm just picking off a few here, and things are about to get very hairy. So, a quick reload. What I didn't realise is that I was already being followed. My stamina's fucked because I've been scoping the whole time. I can't run, I can't attack. I'm just going back into the fucking loot room. Now, this is the moment I would have died, but check this out, I duck. I'm completely hidden and they just stop chasing me. Oh my god, look at this. So I got a bit of stamina back, did another lap of the room, jumped over some zombies and then legged it back out the way I came in. Got around a corner, ducked, and I was hidden again. And that is how good stealth is right now. So, I spent a few minutes just clearing up the rest of these zombies. It actually took me a full day as in 1 full real-time hour to do this. It would have been quicker if I wasn't stealthing, but, you know, you got to take the rough with the smooth. Alright, that's the area clear. This button opened the loot room and actually spawned a bunch more in, so yeah, we just had to take care of those. Again, just standing here, shooting them in the head, and they don't know where it's coming from. Look at that, sneak damage every shot. Sneak damage, they've got no idea. And that was it, mission done. We did picked up quite a nice turret bundle, that little red icon there, from the main loot, so we'll stick some guns down outside. We had some issues last Horde with the zombies making it up onto the roof, so we'll put a bit of extra protection for ourselves up there. But anyway, while we're here in the wasteland, and before we fly all the way home again, I figured we'd do another mission, the Pop and Pills. We've done this one in a previous episode because it's right next to our base at home, so we don't need to see that again. Again, here's another loot bundle. The blade trap bundle, which I think actually has 10 blade traps in it. So yeah, saving us loads of either money if we're going to buy them or resources for crafting. Pretty good loot. Yeah, those are probably the best things for us at this stage of the game, you know. All the rest of the loot is pretty much junk for us. Well, I suppose ammo. What else is there? We've got pretty much everything we need. Anyway, smooth landing back at base in the desert. And speaking of Horde and the little shenanigans that we were faced with in the last one, I figured one of the things I was going to try to do was just close off the downstairs so that zombies don't feel inclined to kind of go through the building to get to us, so they're hopefully going to go round now. Got some windows in. I'll probably end up replacing all these windows, you know, we'll renovate the whole thing. And yeah, just shore the building up so zombies aren't going to come in. And yeah, here we are. We've had a bunch of concrete crafting in the workstation since we've been away, so we can finish off the second half of the staircase at the main base. Just putting that together now. There we go, job done. Next, I decided to put a bedroll down in the back end, you know, the left side of the town hall as we face the front door, because yeah, apparently that can prevent zombies spawning on Horde Night. Something that I didn't realise is that the land claim blocks don't prevent zombie spawns on Horde Night. So here we're just getting some electricity in to the main base area. I'm going to move the dew collectors because I wanted to put some guns here by the door just in case zombies do end up getting up here. I have gone through the whole building 10 times already and just checked that there's absolutely no way for zombies to actually get up to our level here. So if they're getting up here, they're spawning up here. I doubt that's going to happen now, but just in case it does, we've got some protection. Now for the most important bit, there we go, we're open for business. Done. Now, I was lucky that we actually picked up one of those blade trap bundles in the loot earlier, because I would have been pretty fucked off otherwise if I'd have made these. I have no idea why the structural integrity seems to have issues when you're putting blade traps on here. Yeah, I don't know. I tried a couple of different positions. It worked there, didn't work on the side. I don't know why. Maybe they can't be too far out from like the central support down to the ground. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but anyway, just did some experimenting and put a few down. We've got a couple on the side here just for good measure as well, because I figured that they're going to take that line, trying to take the the shortest route to us, so they'll take that inside line, hopefully on Horde Night. Those blade traps will mash some zombies up before they get to us. Now here I had to go all the way back to the forest biome to get some chrysanthemums so that I could make some more paint, because obviously paint is very, very important. We've got to tart the place up. And that's pretty much what I spent all of day 56 doing, just getting this thing built, getting it painted. I don't know why, but you know, when you're playing 100 days and trying to cut 10 days down into a half an hour episode, you can afford the time to fuck around a bit. So here we go. Here's the day 56 Horde coming right up. Okay, birds are in the house. They're not literally in the house. I mean, they're here. That was me talking street talk. Something I should probably avoid. Alright, the turrets on top are taking care of the birds. That's good. A little bit concerned that I can't see any zombies right now, but I can hear them getting mashed up. Blade traps are doing their job. And here we go. Let the ammo dump commence. Now, we're using AP 9mm ammo, so what we're planning to do is basically just wait for multiple zombies to get on this tightrope and then try and headshot as much as we can, and get more bang for our buck with each bullet, because I think it has a penetration value that means it can hit, or it can penetrate one target. So if we're pointing towards one head and there's another head behind it, and we'll get both. So just trying to economise on the bullets there. We do have demolishers, as you might have noticed, in this wave. And if you didn't notice, and if you didn't believe me, check this out. There you go, our blade traps. I think they were dead anyway. I don't really know the point in having blade traps unless you can stand right next to them and repair them, because they just get mashed up and destroyed really quickly. But yeah, anyway, this was pretty much the pattern for the whole Horde Night. As it got closer to 4 AM, I started to try to be a little bit more economical with my bullets, not just spraying and praying, but actually being conscious that I'm going to have to go out and mine a whole bunch more fucking ingredients and gunpowder and lead and all that crap. But yeah, it was just a formality at this point. I'm really not worried about the Horde Nights at all now. The base seems to be, unless we get like 3 or 4 demolishers all going off at the same time, I think we're going to be sweet. And that is that. Now, one thing that I did notice during the Horde was that I completed a challenge, which was to kill 50 whites, and I was pretty excited about that because as a reward we get a legendary crafting bundle. So I'll go off and claim that now. And
I knew I could count on you. Here you go.
I knew I shouldn't have got my hopes up, because I thought it was going to be one of those bundles where I get 4 legendary parts, but no, I had to pick a particular weapon, and it gave me a legendary crafting bundle for that weapon, which only gave me 1 legendary part. But never mind. Day 57 I dedicated to just going around gathering resources, trying to find as many polymers as I could, because polymers are required for crafting steel crossbow bolts. Managed to gather over 400 in that little session until I went off and did some mining. Like I mentioned, lead and gunpowder ingredients, because we need to craft some more fucking ammo, because we have got to that point now where we're going to have to just bite the bullet and just use a lot of ammo on Horde Nights. That is, if I actually want to start leveling up faster, because in one of the previous episodes, I think the last episode, I remarked how my total zombie kills seemed a bit low, on around 5,000, considering how many days into the game I am. And I think that's because I've just been meleeing Horde Night. I think with the Baton, you've got that stun repulsor mod, and it's sending the zombies flying, and it's all entertaining and everything. It's really fun, but it's not actually killing that many zombies, because they, by the time they get back to the fighting position, especially if they're rads, they've regenerated their energy. So yeah, it takes ages to bloody kill them. Whereas with the guns, headshots all the way, and I killed a lot more zombies on the Horde Night this night. So probably at least once between every Horde Night, I'm going to have to dedicate a whole day to, yeah, just to crafting ammo and stuff. Now, I probably wouldn't have bothered doing this, but my boy Brandy mentioned having a helipad on top of the town hall, so yeah, once the idea was in there, I couldn't resist. So we chopped off the, I don't know, do you call it a steeple if it's not a church? What is it? Anyway, the top of the town hall's gone. We've made a flat platform and we're going to try to land the helicopter on it. As we'll see, the first attempt didn't go all that well. It's pretty fucking difficult, to be honest. Completely missed it. Second attempt, although it doesn't look like it right now, was actually a lot more successful. I think I've got the knack pretty quickly. There we go. You just have to hit the thing and then jump off before it rolls away. There we go. One helipad. So, day 58, back in the wasteland, and I figured, I don't know, I want to get through these tier 5 missions as quick as possible so we can get to tier 6, and I actually don't think that the infestation missions are that difficult when you're stealthing like this, so I've decided to do the gun range as an infested for yeah, one of my tier 5s, and as we can see here, just again, stealth all the way, baby. Absolutely no worries. Got a bit cheeky here with the Molotov, didn't really pay off. The zombies still don't know where I am, so yeah, it doesn't really help. Anyway, I'll just show you a few of these kills here. I mean, let's be honest, it's getting pretty samey, isn't it? Alright, into the main area. I'm going to just jump down, run around, trigger the zombies, and then run back over, jump over this gate, get on the roof, come back up this way. They can't get us up here, so I spent a little while just, you know, picking them off from a distance. I did that for a little bit, but I don't know, because the zombies didn't know where I am, I couldn't shoot half of them because they were just around corners and weren't coming towards me or anything. So yeah, I got bored, came down, decided to go guns blazing. I think I do probably need to learn to be a bit more brave and start using this as a more common tactic, you know, just run around with the gun, and then if things do get out of hand, then I'll just try and hide. Because I mean, to be honest, as cool as it is and as safe as it is, it's getting a bit boring just doing this stealth all the time, just fucking sneaking around. Anyway, that was that. Go and get the loot. We'll pick up another one of those bundle bonus thingies there. What is that? Auto turret bundle. I think that gives us an SMG turret, which is pretty cool. I'm looking forward to seeing what we get in those ammo stashes for the tier 6 when we get to it, because yeah, they're all really pretty good. Right, on to the next mission, and we're doing the high school. Again, this is actually a tier 4 POI, so we're doing it as a tier 5, means it's infestation. And I'll just show you a few of these dumb zombies that don't realise we're sneaking up on them. And these guys start running towards me. Check out this big mummer in a second. Look, I just shot her, she turns around, doesn't know I'm there. I missed her, and then sneak damage. I mean, I shot her right in the face. Alright, a few more easy kills. Picked up a few books here, I can't remember what they were now, but doesn't really matter at this point. Now, I'm not actually as familiar as everyone else seems to be with this place, and I didn't realise that the zombies were actually up there in the rafters. Kicking things off with a Molotov. Again, still the zombies don't know where I am, so even with my guns blasting, I'm able to just stand here and pick them off. There's a blue bag up there, I think I forgot. I'm only just noticing it now in editing. Alright, one last dude here and we are clear. Let's have a look what's in the box. Food bundle that time. And just some gubbins.
Alright, so I'm finding that I've only I've only got the mental energy to do a couple of these missions in the wasteland every play session. So yeah, we headed back to base to spend day 59 just doing some more base renovations, including making this look a bit more fancy. Check it out. It's a proper helipad now. I ain't gonna fuck around trying to make it circular. It's just gonna have to say square, so it's gonna have to be good enough. Now, I don't know. Paint's pretty cheap to make, so I don't know. It doesn't really matter if I waste a load of it, but yeah, I spent way too much time just fiddling around trying to see how I might tart the whole town hall up. Yeah, it looks. I don't know. Looks like looks like something a fucking child did. But we'll get there. I'm going to yeah, experiment a bit more. I did quite like the look of this particular texture that I discovered for the wall, which is coming up right now. This one. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Some sort of, I don't know, some sort of metal. Looks pretty cool. We'll see if I still like it by the time I log on and have another game next time I play. But yeah, that's where we are. This is how the base looks. It's coming on. I'm pretty determined to completely renovate it by the end of the series. But before we get there, obviously, we've got 40 more days. Oh my god. Starting off with today, which is day 60, the last day in this episode. And I don't know, we don't have to do all of our tier 5 missions in the wasteland. If we want to grip through and get to the tier 6 as soon as possible, then why not do the tier 5s right on our own doorstep? And this ostrich hotel literally is on our own doorstep, you can see it from the base. Anyway, lots more of this. The general gist of this POI is you go to the roof and then you just make your way down through the hotel floor by floor, clearing out all the rooms. I think if I wasn't stealthing, again this would be quite a difficult POI. Oh, look at this. It's just target practice. Okay, so yeah, this is just a quick look on the inside of the hotel there, just so you can see through each floor. One of the things I found about this POI is that you can always hear dogs. It sounds like every floor you go to you can hear a dog, but I don't know where the hell they are. This guy I found, obviously, but yeah, there we go. Anyway, once you get to the bottom, head down into the car park in the basement. 2 doors, both take you to the same place. And again, stealthy. Well, I suppose that is until I got bored and decided how far I could push the envelope on the stealth and use the explosive crossbow bolts. Which, shockingly, weren't killing many zombies, so I don't know what they're good for. I guess I haven't got any points in explosives, so they're not actually that strong. Maybe that's it, but I would have expected to get the sneak damage. Oh, I did get sneak damage, okay. Well, I don't know what's going on. It takes an absolute fucking direct hit to kill just one. Might as well just use the regular crossbow bolts. Yeah, so anyway, like I said, there's a lot more of this. A bit more of that. Sneaky, sneaky, shooty, shooty. Speedy, speedy. Looty, looty. Interestingly, I don't know if this... Well, actually, it's a red dot, so it does count. But I was going to say, I don't know if this demolisher counts as one that I have to clear, because it only spawns in once I open this door. But yeah, there we go. Little spoiler if you haven't done this place before. The demo turns up when you open the garage door. Now, I picked up the loot, and I think we've got another thingy bob in here. Oh, look at that. Auto turret bundle. And we haven't quite cleared all the zombies out, so I just had to pop upstairs and kill a couple more after taking the loot to the bike. that was all she wrote for day 60. Welcome back to 100 days of 7 Days to Die. We started out on day 61 taking on a tier 5 infested mission at Fort Bags. I figured the infested missions are a good way to go to clear our way through the tier 5s for two reasons. One, we get a nice little ammo stash at the end. And two, it means we get to save the tier 5 POIs for when we do them as tier 6 infestations. Here's a quick little look at the loot we got for our efforts here. Later that same day, we went over to this creepy old house and cleared out the infestation over there as well. So we're actually at a point where we're getting some quite nice loot now. The infested stash turning up another auto turret bundle to add to our collection. Just some regular gubbins in the main stash here, not much to write home about. It really is all about those infested stashes. Overnight, from day 61 to 62, I started the long and arduous task of renovating the town hall on the other wing. We've got our horde base over above the church and we've got our main crafting base up in the main tower, but we've got to do something with this side over here as well. First things first, just a general tidy up and get this massive hole in the floor sorted out. And then on the crack of dawn, it was time to get over and rip through another infested mission. I think we could probably clear this place blindfolded at this point, but it's another mission done and dusted. Let's have a look at what we got and check it out. Another blade trap bundle. That's 10 blade traps, saving us a lot of crafting resources if we decided to try and make those. But anyway, that was all we really did of note on day 62. Overnight, I was just doing a few more base upgrades and renovations before heading out on day 63 to grab a couple of treasure maps. A little bit of cash and some ammo in that first one. No money in the second one, but never mind. It's getting late on day 63, so it's time to go and get ready for the Horde. And we have definitely entered the ammo dump phase of the game on Horde Night. That is, I mean, we could let these idiots just fucking cycle around, keep falling off the tie rope and coming back up and round. But I actually want to get some kills and start leveling up a bit faster. So we're going to kill them, we're going to dump a bunch of ammo. It costs us about a day per horde to go and mine and craft everything that we need to replenish all the ammo with, but that's just part and parcel of the game at this point. Anyway, it's just a formality. Day 63 horde, done, dusted. We'll collect some loot. Now the best use that I've found for the 4x4 car is to use it as a temporary place to hold my loot and all my inventory while I'm picking up all the crap out of the yellow and blue bags. So here's a quick look at that. About the first 2.5 rows are my original inventory and all the rest is the loot and stuff that I've picked up, minus any books that I've read. I spent a quick moment just putting on some very important finishing touches to the inside of the crafting base. Look at this. Masterpiece. And then the rest of day 64 was spent gathering resources and doing some more base work. This time outside, flattening this fucking roof that was doing my head in. Every time I walk across it to go and
get the water out of my dew collectors because it was slowing me down going up the slope and down the other side. Day 65, we knocked out another tier 5 infested, this time at the Finalization Academy. Alright, Academy cleared. 10 more blade traps in the infested stash. Lovely jubbly. Right, that was all the action for day 65. I've had in my mind for a little while that I want to have a little balcony on the front of the town hall. You know how like the Pope has when he comes out and talks to his people. So that's what I spent the rest of day 65 creating. I found this block that kind of integrates with those pillars there and gives us a flat bit to connect these half blocks to, so that was nice. Anyway, we're only upgrading this to wood. I'm not expecting it to get hurt by anybody. Stick some railings down, you know, just for safety. And then, of course, the all-important paint job. I think things are really starting to come together now. Look at this. Now, if you saw my separate base tour video, then this balcony is the bit that I forgot to show you in that. So, there we go. Back to the action, day 66. We're headed out to the wasteland because it's time to start cracking through some tier 6 missions. We finished tier 5, so we're up to tier 6, which is going to have us going through all of the tier 5 POIs infested. Starting off with the Higashi Tower, and I'm going to do all of these in the wasteland because fuck it, why not? Now, I'm pretty sure this room is new. I've never seen such a fucking royal stitch up in all of my days. I was lucky I had my gun loaded because that could have been the end. I sneaked my way to the roof, taking out the zombies one by one in their sleep, and by the time I cleared the helipad at the top, the rest of the top floor really wasn't too much of a bother.
Let's have a look at what a tier 6 infested is going to give us. And we get 2 bundles. Unfortunately, they're both the same pretty much useless security camera bundles. I don't know when I'm going to use those, but we did get a dart trap bundle from the main loot, so we are well bundled up. Now the main problem with these POIs is that it can be pretty difficult finding the last zombies. Luckily, this one wasn't too much of a problem. The same cannot be said for my later efforts coming up in a few minutes. So a quick look at the loot that we picked up. Like I said, 3 bundles there. Some good, some bad. I guess we're going to get a nice random selection over the next few missions that we do. But something that I did not realise until this very moment here now.
Here you go.
We get 1 legendary part as one of the mission reward items. So I think this is going to be our pathway to legendary everything. So that's good to have established. Let's get back over to the base and have a look at my efforts trying to land this fucking helicopter. Fuck it, we have a new helipad. Man, we are really cranking through the days. It's day 67 already, and I spent most of today just upgrading and renovating the base. Yesterday's efforts at the Higashi Tower really took it out of me, and I just needed to chill out and relax for a bit. Day 68, I wanted to see if I could get some good cinematics flying around the base in this fucking gyrocopter thing. It was okay, until it wasn't. So that's enough of that. First thing I wanted to do for real was go over to the trader and test out some of the bartering bonuses and buffs. So with no buffs right now, this stack of old cash, 2662, is now worth 3726. So I'll stick my ranger hat on with a cigar in it, and let's see how much it's worth now. 4844. Nice. Okay, right, let's just get our gun out, because we've read the book that gets us a better deal when we're holding a gun. 5031. Nice, we're almost up to double our money. Next, we'll eat the sugar butt, which will add 10%. Now what do we got? 5,403. That's pretty much close to double. Now, I did test the pumpkin cheesecake, but I didn't realise until I just ate it that it's only for buying, so I didn't change anything. But never mind, with all the buffs applied, it was time to sell all our shit that we've been collecting, and what do we get? Something like 32,500 coin for all of that. And with all that money burning a hole in my pocket, I splashed out on a treasure hunter mod for loot bonus and XP bonus. Back at base, the bar and entertainment room is coming along nicely. Just shedding a little light on the situation. And it's starting to feel a little bit like home. Very cozy indeed. Now I'm going to contradict myself because I did say that I wanted to do all of the tier 6 infestations in the wasteland, but it's day 69 and I don't think I had enough time to actually go over and do one in the wasteland before the next horde. So this is where we find ourselves at the Vanity Tower in the desert. Lag. Kick it. This parking garage could have been a lot more of a problem than it actually was, with all the zombies falling from the ceiling and running at me, but I was able to just run away, duck, and hide because
I am very, very sneaky, sir.
by the time I emerged on the roof, I remembered why it was such a good idea to do this mission closer to home, because it was night time already. I'd spent pretty much the whole day trying to clear this place out. So while on one hand, sneaky is very good, sir, it does take a lot longer than just running and gunning. And speaking of running and gunning, that is one thing I did not want to do in this end room here, because I have done this place before. I know how much of a shit show it can be. Quite honestly, the thought of getting stuck in this room in an infested quest does scare the life out of me, so I tried to be as sneaky as I could. But look at this, the zombies weren't spawning in. It really wants me to delve deep into this room and just fuck myself up. But I wasn't going to fall for it. Come on, you bastards. Here we go. Turns out from up here it's all a bit of a storm in a teacup, especially when all you have to do is duck and they can't see you anymore and they stop trying to break the door down. So I thought that was the last zombie, but I didn't hear the gadung-dung. These sneaky bastards were all on the balcony out, guarding the loot. With that area clear, I still didn't hear the noise, indicating that I'd completed the mission. So I grabbed the loot, and realised I'm starting to get tier 6 items in the loot now. So that's nice. Anyway, picked up the rest of the crap. Inventory management is becoming an issue now by the time we get to the end of these tier 5s. I found a few more red dots down by the pool. I don't know why these guys didn't come and try and kill me before. Probably because I was so sneaky and they didn't wake up. But we have an issue. There's no yellow dot indicating a room that I need to go and clear out still, and there's no red dots left to go and kill. So after hours and hours of just wasting my time spinning my fucking wheels, I had to abandon the mission. So, fuck you and have a nice day, Vanity Tower. I will not be back because we have got bigger fish to fry today, namely the Day 70 Horde. Let's see if I can land this fucking... No. Now I have a feeling there might be a mod that turns off that horrible, horrible, god-awful noise when we shoot our own shit or the trailer, that fucking bing bong that you can hear. Oh my god. If somebody could tell me the name of it, I am getting that shit installed before the next time I play this fucking game. Because I cannot use my turrets if they're just going to be shooting my building and fucking triggering that horrible noise all night. It's unbearable enough with the sound of the guns themselves. Jesus Christ. Let's turn these fuckers off. And have a nice relaxing Horde night, shall we? Oh my god, there's still one going off. I don't know how far the range on that sound is, but I've got turrets all around the house. So yeah, I don't know which one might be making that sound, but yeah, well, I can't have them going on right under me. Anyway, let's not end the episode on a negative. Look at this. It was a cakewalk. Day 70 Horde, no fucking worries. Tightrope for the win. Ammo dump, done. Challenge survived. 10 blood moons is complete. We are 70% of the way towards our goal, which I nearly fucked up when I prematurely went to go and clear up the loot bags after the Horde, because there's still a bunch of arseholes running around hitting me. Once I started concentrating though, it wasn't really a problem. And we picked up the bags, got the loot. There was a lot of blue bags this time. Got a demolisher going off there, causing a hole in the floor as you can see. And this is about the sum total of the loot. Again, first 2.5 rows is my original inventory up to that wire tool you can see there in the truck. And the rest of it is all Horde Night loot. I mostly chilled out on day 71, doing some painting and base work, gathering some resources so that we could craft some more ammunition. And then I put my electrical skills to use, illuminating the front of King of the Zed's hall. I started off just with a couple of these floodlights, realised that I probably needed 1 or 2 more and I couldn't be bothered to do that, so we did it later. But it's looking pretty good for now. Day 72 we went off to the wasteland to take on a tier 6 infested mission at the Minotaur Theatre. Now I've heard that this is the place if you want to start measuring zombies in units of metric shit tons. This is the place to come. It looks pretty small from the outside, so I'm not sure how bad it can really be. Let's find out. So I was seeing a lot of red dots on the HUD. I don't know where they were, so always making sure that my exit was clear behind me. We then proceeded up the stairs, sneaky all the way, and then we got to work. There's been a couple of these fun little scripted moments with the zombies stepping on a bomb so far. This one took the biscuit. I don't like zombies coming down from above, so I'm going to do all I can here to try and get up high. It's working okay so far, but I hadn't noticed the number of red dots that are up on this roof above me. So when in doubt, leg it. If I wasn't using the stealth build, I know I would have been in a lot more trouble than I am right here, because all I have to do is crouch and most of the zombies lose focus on me. I feel like there's a new type of zombie in some of these new POIs though, that regardless of stealth, they just know where you are. It's like they've got feral sense, or it's like a Horde Night for certain scripted zombies like these fuckers. So here I'm just clearing the way. I'm going to try to get back up onto that little ledge and then up onto the roof. And try and find some peace up there. It's not going so well. Tried jumping up here, but I didn't realise it was 2.5 blocks and I can't make the jump. So we ran and got to safety. Now, if there's one thing that I've learned about the Minotaur Theatre, is that this roof is not fucking around. There's so many zombies up here. Every time I kill a batch and then move like 5 inches, a whole new batch of red dots appears on the HUD. But with that said, as you can see, it's not really causing too much of a problem. All we need to do is get a little bit high up onto something that the zombies can't reach us, and we're just free to just pop their heads while they're sleeping. This SMG with a silencer doesn't even wake half of them up. These roof zombies are relentless. Anyway, that's most of them, but it didn't last for long having a clear HUD. I just jumped down and got through to this way that we're supposed to go, and look at that. Another, I don't know how many zombies. We're going to try and get in. We'll pop their heads. Seems to be going okay. Alright, game on. Thank you, stealth build. Here we go, through to the main theatre. There's a few zombies up the top that we're just going to have to deal with. Nothing too stressful. I think most of the stress is just not knowing where all the rest of the zombies are. Especially considering how stitchy the fun pimps have been with their placement in these new POIs. Okay, the main loot stash is down there. How are we going to get it? Okay, I see a sneaky ledge tactic. Getting a little bit overwhelmed. Time to run. New rule, always expect zombies to come from behind. Okay, the rest have mostly lost focus, so we should just be able to work our way through here again slowly. Pick them off down the end. This really is glorious. Maybe I'll have to set up a scenario for myself where I'm testing this out not with a stealth build, just to see if I can fucking do it. Just tanking the thing. I honestly can't see how you can do this without stealth in it. The loot is so close, but yet so far. Alright, that is most of the zombies. Just have a couple to clear up in random places. Big Mama. And even though the door's gone, I purposefully left that switch because I knew it was going to trigger some more zombies. And I was right. Look at this absolute stream of shit. And again, I'm crouched right now, so I don't know why they all know where I am. This is not normal zombie behaviour. bullshit stream round 2. Here we go. Now, I don't know why all these fucking assholes are coming after me, because I've already cleared the area. Where the hell they're spawning from, I don't know. And there we go, Minotaur Theatre, infested, tier 6, wasteland, done, dusted, it's about to be looted. Let's see what we got. Now I've realised in editing this that I've already picked up the infested stash and cut that out, so I can't be bothered to go back and find it in the footage. But as you can see there, we actually got heaps of 9mm ammo, I think about 1,000, so that was pretty good. Oh yeah, and I've added the whatever skill points I needed to do to choose 2 rewards for my missions, but to be honest, that's pretty pointless based on the quality of those. Anyway, picking up a mission for next time, but we're not going to do that right now because I was knackered. So we're going to head back and see if we can land this fucking helicopter. No, we can't. Anyway, day 73 I spent mostly doing base work, sticking a garage door on the side of the town hall, and we're going to use this DMV room as our little garage for the vehicles. I don't really know what the point is, it's totally not convenient driving them in and out of here, but there we go. Anyway, we're getting a little sensor thing there so it can see when we're driving up, so it'll open the door automatically like that, so that's pretty good. Then I've got to make a little ramp, of course. I've got so much concrete, I don't know what to do with it, so it seems expensive doing this, but honestly it's like a piss in a bucket in terms of how much stuff we've actually got. And there we go, we have a functional working hole on the side of the house. So with that done, I decided to stick another little door on the front so that I can kind of use it as a drive-through. So one door in, one door out. I'm going to pretend that it wasn't because I couldn't figure out if we could actually trigger the same door to open in 2 different ways, i.e. from the outside and from the inside. As far as I know, those garage doors only have 1 input, so I don't know how we're supposed to do it. Maybe if somebody knows they can tell me. Anyway, this is the efforts of a full day spent clearing out the fucking thing and then setting the little motion sensor to narrow. So here we go, just need to point that upwards a little bit more so it's got longer for the door to open so we don't smack into it like an idiot. There we go, done. And this is it, this is our garage. It's all looking very spick and span inside, isn't it? And rested and recovered from a day just pottering around the base, we were ready to head back off to the wasteland and take on our next mission. And I quickly learned that these new POIs, they're all about the roof zombies. And yeah, again, there's a fucking lot of them. I don't think there's as many as the Minotaur Theatre roof, but when they come at you in batches like that, it does get a bit scary. So what's happening here, I'm just toggling the crouch off and on, so I'll toggle it off, kill a few zombies, toggle it back on again, just to take a bit of a breather. And fucking hell, I think those ones all came out from inside. And yeah, what I mean about that toggling is, it seems crazy, every time I stood up, all those zombies that can't see me off from the roof, they all just start running straight towards me. So yeah, it's kind of like turning a tap on and off. if I want the zombies to pour out, then I'll just stand up for a second. I did feel a little bit guilty leaving out the crossbow, but I started to use it, got maybe 2 or 3 kills, and then just realised it's completely overwhelming when the zombies start legging it in numbers. So yeah, back to the SMG. And again, back to the tactic of trying to get up as high as possible. Just had to clear this little ledge out first. So with most of the zombies on the roof clear, we'll pop down here, which is the way that I think we're supposed to go. There's a hole in the wall. Didn't notice this white right next to me. And these fucking dogs appeared out of nowhere behind me as well. But looking at the hit point status, yeah, it's not really that much of a problem getting hit once or twice now. So here we go, back to crouchy, snipey, working our way through the building. This continued for quite a while. I'll show you some of the highlights before we get to the main loot room. So moving down to the next level just beneath us, there was a few zombies there. Not too much, nothing to really worry about. And just through that window to the right, I think it was, we can see like a gymnasium, which I thought was the loot room. I was getting it muddled up with the other school. So here we go, getting ready to raid what I thought was the loot stash. Kind of wondering where all the zombies are. Because although that's a few on the HUD, that's not what I would expect for an infested clear for the loot room. But still enough to make me run though. And again, here comes the shit stream. Little bit of a panic at first. Thankful that I've got my drum magazine mod so that I can just keep blasting. But once this initial little wave was over, I was able to just duck and it was just piece of piss again from here. And so that was about it for the gym. Working our way through now to the main loot room, which was basically just this open corridor. Seems a bit weird, but there we go. Zombies all over the place. Luckily enough, there were none of those stupid new homing zombies, so we were able to just take them out mostly from a distance and with ease. And there we go, that was the last zombie after just about a full day in this POI. We managed to clear it. Plenty of ammo in the stashes, check this out. Replacing all of that 9mm that we were using. Although now I say that, I can't remember if we were using our AP ammo, but there we go. Quick loot dump out on the helicopter to go in and pick up the rest of the crap. Because we haven't even got into the main stash yet, or any of these boxes. Nice compound crossbow there, that will go for a few quid. And another shotgun turret bundle as our prize. A little bit of ammo, none that we can use. Now, while I was picking up the loot, it did turn to night, so we can't go and turn this mission into the trader. I had a little fly around the city and I saw this cracker book, so I decided to go in and see if I could go and find one book that I'm trying to find, and it's eluded me this far. And that's the recipe for the supercharger mod for vehicles, because oh my god, this helicopter is so slow going back and forth between the wasteland and our home base in the desert.
You just made my day.
Ah, there we go. Anyway, we didn't get it. We did get a new legendary part for completing the mission though, which is part and parcel of doing these tier 6 missions, I think. But anyway, we got back to base, failed another landing. Day 75 I spent mostly gathering resources, doing more base work, and we did head over to the trader and do a bit of a sell-off. Got about 20 grand for all of this crap. Thank you, mate. And then, day 77, it's time for the Horde. And this again was another stock standard, just fucking spray, it's not even spray and pray, it's just spray and comfortably kill the zombies. Look at this, absolutely no worries. The cop vomit's doing about 8 damage to me, so I don't think that was going to be an issue. Just trying to be as economical as possible with the ammunition. I was using recogs all night and the learning elixir as well, so I got about 6 skill points for all of my efforts. Picked up the loot bags and then headed back over for one more mission for this episode on day 78 at the Haven Hotel. It's thirsty work all this. I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes, but it feels as if having my headlamp on just slightly increases the chance of the zombies knowing where we are. So as I was working through this POI, I was sort of combining having it off and having it on. It's not too bad playing in the dark, but I don't know, I do just like to see what I'm doing. Oh, and here are those 6 o'clock stitch-up zombies again. They were behind a locked door when I first went in there, and then all of a sudden something exploded somewhere else and the door magically opened to reveal this fuckhead. Die, Blobby. Alright, working our way outside into this swimming pool area. It's quite fun out here. There's a lot of dead bodies in the pool there. I don't know what the fuck was going on before we turned up. I'm not quite sure why there were so many barrels of explosives. But it's always fun setting them off anyway. Pop. 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 Oh, one of these fucking birds broke my arm if I remember rightly. Yeah, check that shit out. Alright, that's the zoo taken care of, and check this out for a transition. What? Oh, did I say that I love stealth? Look at this. Can't remember if I mentioned it. Oh, and there's another transition. Alright, lights off in here. I don't know what the fuck is going to appear out of what corner. Look at that. They run towards me, I duck, and they just walk off. Alright, now we have a little bit of calm just before absolutely nothing almost death-inducing happens. There we go. Told you it'd be fine. Alright, let's get through this. Come on, guys. Alright, we're getting somewhere now. We're getting close to the end. That didn't spawn the zombies in. That did, whatever that was. There's a fucking lot of them over there. And they all appear to be hiding behind this glass. Okay, this is most of them done and taken care of. We've got a handful more. Let's go loud, boys. And here we go. This is it. The finale. 2 zombies left. Dumb fucks can't see me. I don't know what triggered them. I think I stood up. But there we go. Infested area is cleared. The loot is ours. Let's have a quick look, but there's not going to be any surprises, is there really, let's be honest. What might be surprising is what's about to happen next when we fly back home. I've extended the helipad. Check this out, it's twice as long. Does it help? Apparently not, but look at this. We've got a magic fucking helicopter. We can drive up walls. Go on, son. You can do it. Oh, he's done a flip reverse. Let's bring it around. Alright, here we go, here we go. We've got this. No. This is the one. This is the one. Okay. Oh, come on. Get on. Alright, jump out. That's it. We've landed. Fucking victory is ours. That was the hardest thing we've had to do this whole episode. Okay, anyway, day 79. Again, having just spent some time in the wasteland, basically a full day doing that infested mission. I didn't want to do anything stressful, so I spent the whole day just putting in some dart traps inside the base, triggered by this trigger plate here, and then a couple of these electric fence posts to hold zombies as they go through here, halfway up to our tightrope, and then hopefully on the next horde we'll have some dart action. Maybe thin the zombies out a little bit before they come up to us so that we can save a bit of ammo. Look, there we go, we've got the arrow slits over there on the wall. That's where the dart traps are going to fire the darts through. Got a bit of lighting just so that I can see, because it would be nice to actually see the fruits of my labour. Just pointing it in the right direction there. There we go. And we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Look at that. Oh yeah, and I'll put a bunch more blade traps down, and that is it. The horde base is looking good, ready to go for the next horde on day 84. But until then, we've just got a few more adventures to have. We'll probably go to the wasteland at the start of the next episode and do another infested mission. I'd like to tick off most of the newer POIs, all the old Shotgun Messiah factory and the Shamway Foods factory. Might be a little bit boring, sort of just retreading old ground, but we can only do what we're given, so we'll see what happens. We've got 20 days left to survive the apocalypse. I hope you join me in the next episode. I look forward to it. I'll see you then. Have fun. We are back. It's day 81. We're in the wasteland. We're doing an infested clear at the Navezgane County Jail. Now, the two most tricky parts of this POI are the beginning and the end. So here we are at the beginning. It's going to take us a while to even get in the front door because this shit keeps happening. There's a bunch of nicely placed barrels ready for us to use as explosives, making the most of stealth early on again. This would be a lot more of a shit show if we were just running and gunning. Feeling funky. And just in case that didn't give it away, yes, I am recording the voiceover after editing the clips together and putting the soundtrack on. I quite like this way of editing. I get to really drive the action. I don't have to cut around my voice that I record at the time. Oh my god, I don't think I could ever edit 10 hours of footage down to a 30-minute episode if I was actually commentating as I was playing. But anyway, back to the action. Here we are in the first cell block that we come across. Not the main one, but it looks similar. A couple of slightly hairy moments, but nothing we can't handle. Like I said, it's really the beginning and the end that is the difficult parts here. Okay, now check this out. If ever you want a safe way to complete this mission, you don't actually have to knock that middle crap out. I was seeing if I could get a ladder to go down there, but I couldn't. So I made a hole in the floor and connected it, well, making sure the hole connected with the wall, because then you can place the ladder down far enough that you can trigger those zombies and spawn them in. Which means, as long as that ladder is 2 blocks off the ground, we can just remain safely at the top of the hole here, raining fire down, thinning out the zombies before we have to go down there. And God, I don't know. I reckon maybe I'll try this at some point after the 100 days when it doesn't matter. But I'm thinking it's gonna be pretty tough, infested, just jumping down there with all these zombies. I mean, without stealth, I reckon you can forget it. But here we go, just tidying up the last few. We've thinned the herd out enough now that we can just get down there pretty safely. Let's start walking around. There's a couple left to tidy up. No problemo. There we go, that's actually the last one. So, let's go check out the loot. Plenty of ammo. I reckon if I wasn't using AP 9mm, then I could probably just about replace all the ammo that I use in a POI with the stuff that I pick up at the end in these infested caches. They're pretty good. Alright, now for the mother load. Another dart trap bundle and some stuff. It's pretty much at the point now with these tier 6s that there's no way you're going to be able to get all the loot from the haul in one go. So yeah, I couldn't be bothered to go in and out. So I economised and dumped a load of crap that I'm probably never going to use. But anyway, that was it. Time to head back home and get on with some stuff around the base. Here we go. And I don't want to talk too soon, but I reckon we're fucking nailing these landings now. So, on to day 82. We gathered some resources to craft some ammo, because we need a lot of ammo for the next 20 days or so, and I really can't be bothered doing it along the way. So I'm going to try to just make all that I can, or as much as I can, and hope that I don't have to make any more from this point forward. So that's going to be 2100 AP 9mm ammo. Now, here we go. Here's something exciting. Well, it's exciting now looking back on it, but at the time it was done through pure boredom. I'm building another Horde base right next to the town hall, just in the car park around the back. Now, I'll say boredom, that's probably a bit unfair. It's half boredom and half just an excuse to use up all of the traps that we've been picking up in these trap bundles in the various mission rewards and in the loot and all that crap. So I'm going to make a blade trap base here. So first things first, I've got a platform. That was the first thing you saw me build there. And now we've got this little bit where we're going to stick some blade traps on. Each one of these poles will hold 2 blade traps, like this and like this. So yeah, really I'm just trying to use up all the blade traps I've got. I think probably about 30 or 40 in the cupboard at the moment. So what we're going to do is take that basic idea and then just replicate it a few times behind. So I've done that, you don't need to see me build it. Got some stairs going up to it. After building the stairs up to the platform, I worked on a little fighting box here, so same configuration as the main base, just with the baluster rails. Did some wiring, and at this point I realised I'm going to need 2 full generators, each with 6 engines in them, to power all that lot. So we went off to an untapped town, scrounged and scavenged as many cars as we could find, and it took all fucking day. And it did take all day, but we did get all the engines we needed, plus a couple more. So I suppose it was time well spent. Anyway, another awesome landing. Load up the jennies. Let's have a look at this beauty. Oh yeah. Right, let's have a look inside. So we get in via a jumpy laddery bit there. I even splashed out on a fancy garage door. And this is the view from the fighting position. So it's day 84, we've got the Horde coming later. I spent the day before that first of all went over to our local trader, had a bit of a sell-off, and then I thought, what am I going to do with all this money that we're actually making? I figured I'd try and go down the old the solar panels and solar generator route, which meant, of course, I had to fly around to about 4 or 5 other traders just to see if I could find them, because they're pretty rare and they're very expensive. After all my buffs, I think I was paying about 25,000 tokens for each one. Yeah, there you go, something like that.
Bless my gears and grease.
There we go. And it's only when I got back and plugged them all in is I realised how pointless they are. But yeah, if you know, you know. If you don't know, then I would recommend you don't bother with them. It's an absolute waste. But anyway, it's time for the day 84 Horde Night. And the first thing I learned about my solar generators is that they do not hold charge unless you put a battery in them. So my lights went out immediately as soon as the Horde came along, which is why it's a bit dark there. And also that first cop vomit took out my front 4 blade traps, so that's a bit of a shit really. Never mind. The rest of the blade traps were doing a good bit of work, and I don't know if I really planned at the time on spending the whole Horde night here. We could have done, because even if all the blade traps die, then we just end up with a regular tightrope base. But to be honest, the noise is so obnoxious that I didn't really want to spend all that time there, so tested it out for an hour and a half or so, proved the concept, and then just headed back over to the regular base, because we did also have some traps that I wanted to test out over there as well. Let's have a look. Right, we should see, if we just have a little peek over the edge for a second, we should see what you saw in the last episode, which is my blade trap and electric fence and dart trap configuration down there. So when we get a better view in a second, what you'll see is the zombies coming up the stairs, being held in place by the electric fence posts, getting sliced by the blade traps and getting shot from basically from underneath where we're standing by our dart traps that we set up. So that worked better than I thought it would, to be honest. It was holding them up for quite a while. And quite late into the night they were still functional. But at this point it just became more of the same. Just standing here looking down the barrel of my SMG, shooting zombies in the head in a straight line, getting a bit of vomit. It's not really doing any damage to me now. I can't remember if I actually mentioned, but I did build a specific suit of armour just for Horde Night. Turns out I'm not going to show it here. What I'm doing is just bunging everything in my pocket into my temporary Horde Night box so that I can actually know exactly what I'm picking up and not get any of the loot mixed up with the stuff I had already. So, time to scoop the loot. Scoop the loot. So there's a quick look at the sum total of all the zombie loot bags. I mean, this stuff would have been good 60 days ago, but we don't really need it anymore. So later on day 85 I was feeling a bit frisky, so I decided to sneak into Dr. Karen Higashi's house through the bedroom window on another infested mission in the wasteland. Turns out she'd already invited all the boys over. Deep down in the depths of the underground lab, things are about to kick off. Alright, no more zombies chasing us, so we should be able to just pick the rest of these fuckers off. And let's have a quick look at the loot. A bunch of ammo, some more blade traps, turret bundle, all good stuff. But stuff we're probably never going to get a chance to use. Unless we build a different horde base for every single horde. And with that done, we just had to go find a couple of these stragglers who we didn't manage to trigger to spawn in earlier on when we were making our way through the house. So that was it. Mission done. Get back to the trader, turn it in, pick up another mission, and we headed over to this fucking place, the Cracker Book headquarters. Now this place is normally an absolute nightmare. It's probably the one POI that I fear the most. Maybe it's just the one that scarred me the most in the past. But again, here we go. A sneaky stealth. I realised I could actually have the headlamp on and it wasn't really affecting my detectability. So yeah, good news for me because I can see what I was doing. Good news for you because you're not just watching a pitch black screen, which is often the case with these bloody stealth videos. Anyway, just basically a matter of procedure, just making our way through the offices. This was a bit of an interesting one, because those zombies at the top never fucking realised we were here, so they never broke in and fell down, so I had to just tickle them down and just coax them into this main area. Just like that. Anyway, heading down to the main basement where all the zombies are usually fucking ready to just go absolutely ape shit. And 5 times out of 10 get themselves a kill when they come bursting out of this room. But as we can see, it wasn't too much of a problem. We had a couple of runners. So after taking care of those ones, we just headed down, tidied up these little roaming assholes, and then just went into each of the rooms on the side and cleared them out one by one until we made it to the loot room. Back at base, I started off day 87 repairing all of the blade traps on this blade trap base. I'm going to give this another go on the next horde, just to see if we can do a bit better than last time. Grab a couple of blade traps here to replace ones that got broken. And then I spent all of day 87, literally all of day 87, rewiring my entire base, starting off with the blade traps here. I wanted to get those connections, yeah, those little, these things here, I can't remember what they're called now, far enough away from the area where the cops are going to be spitting, because that's what happened immediately when that first cop spat and took out nearly half of my blade traps by destroying one of those little node things. So here we're having a bit of an intricate setup. Divided our blade traps into 3 bundles, and then we've got one switch for each one. There we go, just connecting all that crap. I've decided that little room at the top, just above my crafting area, that's going to be our generator room. So yeah, we've actually found a use for it now. It just means we have to connect all this up to the roof rather than have have local generators. I figured it's better to have all the generators in one place, and then you can just make sure that they're always full, rather than have something empty and you don't realise it. So, as I said, with that done, I spent the rest of the day rewiring everything around the entire base. This is my little car room, or my vehicle room down here. Just wiring up the lights, but oh my god, you don't need to see all this. Just take my word for it, it took forever. Next, I made the world's most pointless farm, because I've made this area up here, for this specific purpose, but I don't think I'm going to need to cook another single piece of food for the rest of the series. We've only got 12 days left and we're well stocked up. So having finished that, talking about pointless endeavours, I was just standing there looking at the Seymour Bank across the way, and I realised that it looks like it's built in layers, and it reminded me of a cake. So I made it into the Seymour cake. Don't judge me, we're 88 days into the series and I managed to kill a whole morning with this shit. I defy anyone to tell me that's not a morning well spent. Anyway, after basically wasting most of day 88, I decided it was a good idea to go and get some action. So we did another tier 6, this time in the snow. We picked up the mission from our local trader, so that's just where it sent us. I think the Shamway factory must be one of the oldest tier 5 POIs. It's been here as long as I remember. But that didn't mean that I knew what I was doing, because it's actually one of the such old ones that I never bother picking it up when I see it in the mission list. So I don't know the last time I actually came here. Couple of dodgy moments there, but nothing on what's about to happen in the main loot room, which is coming up in just a second. Here we go. Get a load of this. That's me falling into the loot room. All the zombies are spawned. I have no idea where the door is to get out of here, so in true stealth style, I just crouched. And it was enough, just enough, that they came to me in manageable numbers. Now the funny thing is, at the time I didn't realise how low my health was. I would have had a bandage before going into this last room if I had have known. But we were all good in the end. Just one little crawler up on the roof left to take care of. Oh, and a bird. And yeah, I think there were a few zombies that we left behind in the main factory, but we can just grab the loot first and then go down there and take care of them. Here we go, let's have a look. You know the routine. There we go, mission done. Now, it's day 89. It's taken me 2 weeks to record this 10 hours, this 10 days of footage for this episode. It just dragged on and on. I don't know why this one was so difficult. But I just couldn't, I didn't want to do another mission. I've got to save something for the next episode, the finale. So I decided I'd see if I could knock down and completely level this buy and go shop across the road from our town hall base. I wasted a point in Grenadier just so that I could get... Is that how you say it? Anyway, in the Grenadier, just to see if I could get a bit of extra damage with the dynamite I'd crafted. I did remember later, the next day, to go and buy some of those atomic... Is it atom bomb? Atomic junkie or something? Which gives 50% damage increase to all that, which I think helped. But anyway, I just like watching all this shit fall down. There's plenty of it coming. If you want to hang on for the next couple of minutes, you'll see it too. This might be the one. No. Is this the one? One of them's the one. Oh no, this is the one. I remember now. For some reason, these coolers were holding up the entire fucking building. Look at this. Is that not beautiful? Anyway, the problem with doing that, and for it being half still standing, is that all that shit that falls down ends up supporting the rest of the building, so you have to clear it out. Here we go. Here's a good one. Looks really good at 2.5 speed as well, right? It's going to be some tidy up job. I think this is going to be a good one coming up as well. Check this. Whee! There we go. The chain reaction has started. And one final chunk. And I don't know why it does this. If you've ever leveled a building, you'll have seen exactly the same thing. All this shit left floating in the sky, God knows why. Okay, so that's the building down. Now we're going to have to tidy all this crap up. And I ain't doing it by hand, so let's grab the auger. And with that mostly done, that just leaves one final task, which is to fill in the holes with all of these concrete blocks that I've got that I'm never going to need. Oh yeah, I did try and get rid of some of this, but I couldn't be bothered to do the whole lot. So we're going to have some mystical floating doors and toilets above our new car park. But there we go. That used to be the buy and go, and now it's a car park. This used to be an episode that you haven't seen, and now it's not, because you have. So I'll see you in the next one. The grand finale, episode 10, coming up eventually. Alright, thanks for watching. Welcome back to 100 Days of 7 Days to Die. This is the final episode. We've got a massive finale coming up for you in just a little while, but first we're joining the action on day 91 as I try to put some of these extra blade traps to use on my regular tightrope horde base, but we'll come back to that shortly because first we're going to start this horde over at the new grinder base that we built a couple of episodes ago. So here we go. Now you'll notice that a couple of these blade traps aren't currently turned on, and that's quite simply because I didn't have enough power to actually power them all. So what I'm thinking is, as some of the ones in the background kind of get destroyed and conk out, the power is just automatically going to be rerouted to these ones at the front. So hopefully we'll start to see these start spinning up very shortly, because I don't imagine these blade traps are going to last that long. Now it's probably not the only downside, but one of the major downsides of this base is that you can't see anything. So I'm just kind of shooting blind, getting a bunch of kills, but yeah, I can't really see what on earth I'm doing. So given that, I'm going to bail on this base again. Switch off those blade traps, kill a bird, turn on my tightrope blade traps, and then we should see these zombies start to route over to the main tightrope horde base. And let's have a look at our new little contraption that we built just beneath the point where they fall off the tightrope, and that's pretty nice. Look at that. Now if you've caught any of the previous hordes that we've done at this base, you'll know that it really is just a pretty much routine process now, so we won't make you sit through the entire night. We're just going to skip to the morning. You can see me clearing up the last few zombies. And with that done, I'll just go dump all of my inventory into my temporary Horde Night box so that I don't get it muddled up with all the loot. Take an eye candy. And we'll go start grabbing the loot. Starting off with this nice little red bag here that we got from a demolisher. So with that mostly gathered, we'll just chuck it all in our temporary zombie loot box and have a look at what we got. Great. Well, that was it for day 91. Day 92, we headed over to the snow to do another tier 6 mission. We've got 2 left until we complete the tier. I wanted to try and find ones that are interesting POIs that we haven't done before or that I personally haven't seen before. This is the first time we've made it to this new version of the Athletics Complex. And given how close we are to the end of the series, I figured it would be time to start experimenting with some of this fun ammo that we got, so I'll be using a couple of exploding crossbow bolts in this little run. Like that. Totally unnecessary, but fuck it. This is slightly more necessary. A little bit disappointed they're not that powerful, really. Not getting too many kills with them. You have to go point blank to actually make a difference. Alright, so this is the stadium pretty much cleared. Just making our way into what used to be the football field. Now seems to be some kind of camp, army camp, or one of those checkpoints. There's a pretty grim fire pit or a burn pit right in the middle of the thing there. That's actually quite horrible the more you think about it. The thing I just discovered about this kind of POI, where it's basically a massive open area, is that the game will just try to absolutely overwhelm you with sheer numbers of zombies. So anyway, after a little bit of panic with that massive horde chasing after me, it was back to stealth and we're able to just pick these all off from a distance. It looks like we have quite a lot of red dots left on the HUD, but they all seem to be off at different distances, so it's not as bad as it looks. These army dudes just came up one at a time. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And that leaves us just with this fella to sort out. Shut up. Give me your bags. No, you can keep him. Okay, loot room. Pretty good if I wasn't on day 92 and didn't really need anything. There's a lot of military stuff in here. Obviously we get the infested stash, heaps of shit. And the main stash as well. Always a bit of a struggle now, like we said last time, figuring out how to fit all this crap in our inventory, but we did it. We economised, left a bunch of stuff behind that we don't really need. Had an amazing takeoff, went to turn the mission in at the trader, and picked up another one over at this place. Now I know, a minute ago I did say that we're looking for missions that we haven't done before. Red Mesa is not one of those, but I haven't done it in this version of the game, so again I did want to just check it out, see if anything's changed. Looking good so far. Now I know there's a barrel that we can explode in here, so let's do that. Kick them all off. And normally we would have all these mentalists running towards us, but because stealth is completely overpowered, and probably by the next time I play this game it's going to be nerfed because the release 1.1 did just come out, which I believe has ruined all of our stealthing fun. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to get around to playing a stealth build again, but yeah, let's just enjoy it while it lasts. Things could have got a little bit squiffy here, but yeah, I just had to turn around and bolt, get around a corner, jump over something, duck, and then only, I don't know how it decides which ones can still see us or not, but yeah, somebody in the comments talked about my stealth meter down in the bottom corner. Yeah, I don't know why, I mean it's on what, 42, 43, and there are zombies right in front of me that can't see me, so yeah, who knows. Anyway, doesn't matter now. Let's move on. It's raining soldiers. Now here's something, I don't remember this having water in it before. Maybe that's a new change, maybe I'm just forgetting things. Lucky our gun still works underwater. I don't know what it's telling me there, you cannot use that at this time. It's all good though. And again, another hairy moment when I didn't realise how many zombies were actually in this little room, and every time I turned around another one was there. Have a quick little game of cat and mouse, shall we? Now it's getting a little bit emotional for me right now. This is going to be the last mission that we're doing as part of this series. 100 days, more than 100 hours, something like 110 hours to complete 100 days. I don't know why it's not an hour per day. But yeah, this is quite a poignant moment. I've been moaning about stealth, making things too easy, but I think I'm going to miss it, you know. One thing I am going to guarantee though is that this is the first and the last time I'm ever going to do a series where it requires 10 hours of footage. Oh, 11 hours actually, based on that maths. 11 hours of footage to record one episode. That is not happening again, so yeah, feel privileged. This is it. This is the first and last time. You guys are getting to witness a once in a lifetime event, because I ain't doing this again. It's as fun as it is now that I'm at the end. Alright, just a couple of zombies left to clear up here, and then the loot should be ours. Oh no, hang on, we have to open the door. Let's kill these ones. Come on. Alright, door. Hide. Unnecessary. Creep around the corner. And let's start blasting. It's done. The loot is ours, our final infested stash. Let's have a look what we got. And too much to use, too much to carry by the time we finish looting this room. 20 blade traps, as if As if I need 20 more blade traps. Fuck you know. Alright, stay positive. Stay positive. No complaining. We're at the end of the series, Steve. Come on. Do you know what I think this moment needs? There's a really beautiful sunrise. Day 94. We still have 6 days to go until day 100. What the fuck are we going to do? I bet you can't guess. Here we go. Have you guessed what it is yet? No? How about now? Alright, this should give it away. I've made a Battenberg slice. We're going cake crazy. Check it out. I couldn't just make one, I had to build the whole cake and then cut one off. Look at that, how good does that look? I assume you get Battenbergs all over the world. So hopefully you know what I'm talking about. And yeah, day 95, I couldn't stop there once I got a Battenberg done. I did make a birthday cake as well. Just in a cakey mood, I don't know why. Having said that, it did take a long time. I think I spent a whole day maybe even doing those cakes, so I decided to go and pick up a couple of treasure maps, and I realised that I've never actually tried using dynamite to dig them up. And this is what happens, so I wouldn't recommend it. I don't know if this is like automatic based on, well, I don't know, I've never seen this before. Is it a trigger that happens when you use dynamite to dig up a buried treasure? I don't know. Well, not a buried treasure, you know, a treasure map. Who knows? Anyway, so we picked up 3 lots of loot from these treasure maps. Unnecessary, to be honest, but I just I was killing time. Alright, let's have a look at the third. And with that done, it was time to go back and build some more cakes. So, turns out I actually bit off more than I could chew with this particular project. I decided I was going to try to repave this entire area to build my next cake. I got about a quarter of the way through before giving up because it was, well, it's just, well, for one, it was too far away from the base and I couldn't really see it, but it was also becoming a pain in the ass. So I built a chocolate gâteau just in the street next to my birthday cake. Look at that, isn't that beautiful? And while I was looking at this, I realised that that broken building across the road is, well, it just looks shit. So I spent the next day, all of day 96, rebuilding it and turning it into a trifle with jelly on the bottom, custard in the middle and cream on the top. Now, question, what is better than a Battenberg cake? Answer, an even bigger Battenberg cake. So I decided to just waste more time building another Battenberg in the middle of the street there, a massive cake. It was a lot easier to actually do because the squares were small enough for me to paint that grid. But there we go. There's my cake, there's my trifle, my chocolate gâteau. Now, this little fucking joint over here is my next victim. Let's go clear that out. Actually forgot that it was attached to that building site next door, so again a tier 3. I thought I was just going to do a quick little project, but the game had other ideas. Anyway, it had some reconstruction to do here, put in some new windows, rebuilt the walls. And yeah, just sorting out all the windows, you know, you've got to pay attention to detail with these things. And I don't know what I was trying to do here. I tried making it look like a chocolate cake, but I don't know, it just looks like a bit of a Willy Wonka kind of shop now. It doesn't actually look like a cake, but never mind. It is what it is, it looks pretty sweet. Now, the final pièce de la résistance for King of the Zed's Park. Look at this. And we've managed to take it up to day 98. What an absolute waste of time. I'm hoping that anyone else who's watching this who's been this far in the game, you can sympathise and empathise, because this is the kind of thing that happens when you try and play this game for 100 hours at a time. Now that note on the piano suggests that something serious is about to happen. And that is the way, because we have the day 99 Horde right around the corner. Ooh, spooky. Okay, we've got the zombies coming in. We're going to start hitting those blade traps any moment now. There we go. It's time to unload a bunch of ammo. Now the serious thing that is about to happen is not the Horde. The Horde was easy, as it always is. So, let's let's finish up here. We will just kill these last few zombies and then head down and get the loot. Okay, so as always, we'll stick our loot in the loot bucket over here. Have a quick look at that. Just all the regular stuff. A few books, bit of ammo, food mostly. Nothing really to write home about. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I know that sound. That is the sound of us getting the fuck out of Dodge. Holy shit. Alright, this is it. We're going to have to make a run for it. Where's the helicopter? Alright, let's go. Go, 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 go. Let's get up. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible. I wonder if we triggered something at the Red Mesa a short while ago. I don't know. But I do know that we cannot be here when whatever happens, happens. Oh my god. I just saw these bright flashes on the horizon. I managed to get some distance before the explosion started happening. I had no idea the scale of what just happened, but it's all gone. It's all gone. 100 days of hunting, gathering, collecting, building, making home in the apocalypse. I am lost for words. I'm speechless. I am without speech. Well, hopefully all the destruction is over. We're going to have to land this thing and see if there's anything we can salvage. Fuck me. Look at that. That's what used to be the fucking Poppin' Pills factory. Oh, my Battenberg is gone. My house, my base is gone. Town Hall, King of the Zed's Hall, look at this. It is no more. Let's see. Ooh. Junkie's still alive. Junkie survived. He made it. He may very well be the only thing that did. Our entire crafting part of the base is just nothing. There's nothing there. Well, that means only one thing. We're going to have to start over. It's just stuff, guys. It's just stuff. We can get more stuff. Well, this town is a write-off. We need to get out of here. Find somewhere off the grid to hang out for a bit. Somewhere that's not worth bombing. This house over here on the edge of the desert and the forest looks good. It's a decent candidate. Let's bring her down gently. And see if we can get in here. Knock knock. Having to save ammo now. We've only got what we just happened to have on us at the end of that Horde Night, which wasn't a lot because I dumped all of my gear in my temporary Horde base box. And it's taking a lot longer to kill these fuckers. What a wild ride. It's almost like we've come full circle, coming back to the stun Baton. I mean, obviously, our skills are second to none now. So that's going to be one advantage we have as we start over in the apocalypse. As I said, we've lost all our stuff, but it is just stuff. We can get more. We've got 100 days of experience, skills, know-how, and credit with the traders. So here's what we're doing. We're going to set up camp, clear this house out, lay low for a while. I mean, I need a drink actually. Fuck, I'm thirsty. I've got nothing on me. Nope, no drink in here. Well, there's no time like the present to go and introduce ourselves to our new local trader. He gave us a couple of waters and a coffee from the vendor. And look at this, having to buy a cooking pot on a grill again. Really getting back to basics. It's been a trip, guys. Thank you so much for coming along on this ride with me. 100 days of 7 days to die. We did it. We survived. And we live to fight another day.